Check. 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 Check.
Okay, here we go. I'd like to call to order the Dana Point City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 1st, 2019. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
All members of the City Council are present.
Thank you. Mr. Munoz, is there a need for closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hold on. Your mic's not, okay, there you go. It didn't come up here for me to do that. Okay, there it is. Sorry, I was just off.
Am I on? Yes. Okay. All right. First, we have a conference with legal counsel as a result of anticipated litigation. Due to the significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, we have 3 cases to discuss. Next, we have a conference with legal counsel as a result of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. We have 2 cases to discuss. The first is the City of Dana Point versus the Sunshine Group, also known as the Seaside Inn, Orange County Superior Court case number 3020170091590. Next, we have the City of Dana Point versus New Method Wellness, Inc., et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 302017009041169. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments? Oh, hold on here. So I have to put your, okay, go ahead.
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. This is going to get confusing tonight. Thank you very much. With that, I'll go ahead and recess to closed session until 6 p.m. Welcome to the Dana Point City Council meeting of October 1st, 2019. We will now reconvene our meeting. We will be recessing back into closed session. We knew there were some issues we need to address right away out here, so we're going to have to go back. We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance tonight, led by Mayor Pro Tem Paul Wyatt. And please remain standing for the invocation, which will be provided by VFW Post 9934 Chaplain Maury Hanson.
Please face the flag, put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to open this with a special appreciation for all of you councilwomen, too. I've got to make that right, and the staff of this great city. We are lived in the most fantastic place I've ever lived in my life, and I've lived in a lot of places. I'm 85, so I can say that. But I'd like to have this meeting that we just open our ideas and our beliefs, respect our differences, not be threatened by them. May we grow an understanding of our own motives and knowing that people often act out of their own fears. May we be a force of replacing fear with talk and confidence. Strength, real strength, can always find compromise. Working together, we may find a common ground, enable us to move forward with a shared purpose. May we see what is truly important and what unites us. Focus on that to banish roadblocks of ego and fear. Today, may we open our ideas and our beliefs. And may the good Lord guide our hearts and minds so we do the things that are beneficial to our community. And we ask for this in your name. Amen. Amen.
We have one presentation this evening. This is coming from, this is regarding the Dolphin and Whale Capital of the World presentation. Ken Donakalis from Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, and Dave and Giselle Anderson from Captain Dave's Dolphin and Whale Safari come up. They'll be showing a video on the screen and making a presentation. So come on up.
Dana Point is actually one of the few areas that gray whales will actually use as navigational aids when clearing this migration. This is a spot that they remember. They're taught to remember this area and this point.
Oh, nice! Oh, nice! Oh, you gotta love it. That was nice.
He likes us.
Beautiful animal. These are common dolphins. As you can see, they're pretty numerous out here. There's actually about 450,000 common dolphins alone off our coast. That's just the common dolphin. You see a lot of other dolphins too.
Owner, along with my family, of Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, together with Giselle Anderson, co-owner of Captain Dave's Dolphin and Whale Safari. We are here tonight to present to you Dana Point, the dolphin and whale watching capital of the world, as a registered trademark. Here you go. Giselle and I would like to quickly highlight why Dana Point is dolphin and whale watching capital of the world. With a variety of year-round whales, more dolphins per square mile than anywhere in the world, pristine coastlines, calm seas, the first and longest running annual festival of whales, and a captivating harbor minutes from the open ocean, Dana Point, California is the dolphin and whale watching capital of the world.
You guys want to turn and face me?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Thank you.
Hello.
My husband, Captain Dave, and I have traveled around the world on our vacations to see wild dolphins and whales. And as we have traveled, we have become more and more convinced that there is nowhere in the world as amazing to see these animals as right here in Dana Point. To that end, after some encouragement, starting with Deborah Lewis a couple of years ago, Donna and I embarked on a journey to trademark Dana Point as the dolphin and whale watching capital. And to that end, we also submitted 9 reasons why we felt that Dana Point was that. And we'd like to just cover them quickly with you so that you, as Dana Point residents, will know why you can be so proud to be here. We have more dolphins per square mile than anywhere else in the world, with over 450,000 off the coast of Southern California. Dana Point has made famous the Dolphin Stampede YouTube video, and together between our 2 companies, we have over 40 million views of people watching Dana Point from their homes. We also have year-round blue whales, fin whales, gray whales, humpback whales, and minke whales. And for those of you who have been blessed to see blue whales, I was chatting earlier this evening with someone, you're in that less than 1% club of people who've seen these majestic animals right here in Dana Point.
And that's not all. Dana Point is home to a plethora of rare whales and dolphins, such as the killer whales, the pilot whales, the sperm whales, the false killer whales. We also see Dall's porpoise and many, many more. You may have seen on the news lately that we saw a baby pale gray orca, very, very rare. And also last month, we also had a Brutus mom and baby whale. So we are constantly in the news with Dana Point always highlighted. We also are home to the best small harbor with quick and easy access to the open ocean. We can be out in a matter of 5 minutes looking at whales and dolphins just right out of Dana Point Harbor. Unlike many other locations, we have the best year-round weather right here in Dana Point. Dana Point has moderate weather and mild conditions throughout the year, as we all know. This means that we rarely cancel our trips due to weather like other businesses in the other areas.
These are some things that are unique to other harbors in the Southern California area. But what makes Dana Point so special and so unique are the remaining things. Our harbor is small, it's pristine, it doesn't have towering buildings, oil rigs, large ships, commercial ships that distort a viewer's sense of the pristine and spectacular encounters. We are also right here right outside the harbor, close to these very deep coastal canyons. You can't get to those coastal canyons right outside of some of the other harbors. You have to come down to the Dana Point area to get deep. And what we like to say is if this was a swimming pool and we were in the deep end, the dolphins and whales love the deep end. So when you head out of our harbor, they're right there. The last thing is that I'll let Donna tell.
Okay, last but not least, Dana Point is home to the world's first and longest running Festival of Whales, right here, the Dana Point Festival of Whales, almost 50 years of Festival of Whales. So thank you very much. We have a couple more announcements.
So we actually proceeded with the trademark of 6 different things, 4 different trademarks, 2 different logos. And we were presenting one of them tonight to the city council. They are all yours. They belong to the city. And we would love to see all of you adopt this and take pride in the fact that you live in such a special place, unlike anywhere else in the world, and own that. Really enjoy it. So it's our gift to you. And we're very proud.
And we left a bunch of stickers and information out in the courtyard. And we also just finished our road signs.
Yes.
Adopt a highway signs.
So if you are getting on or off the freeway, you will see 5 signs now that say the Dana Point is the world's whale watching capital, or the whale capital of the world. We've got 6 trademarks. So we've got the one that's shortest up there, so you can read it very easily when you're driving
So let us
by.
know if you spot it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Don and Giselle, I really appreciate this. When you came to me, was it a year ago? I think it was about a year ago. And we're explaining this to me. I was very excited. I didn't know what it was going to take. You asked me not to say anything about it because you're still in the process, and I really appreciate that. And I did. I kept a good secret, although I think staff and obviously Deborah knew about it. So, what's most exciting about this is when you see two great competitors like Giselle and Donna come together for the betterment of their industry, their community, and they can set aside their differences and start working together for something as special as this. I mean, it gives us great hope in the city here. So thank you guys so much for presenting this to us. This is really exciting. I don't know if we're going to be able to maybe change our license plate borders from Harboring the Good Life to the whale and dolphin watching capital of the world. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know if that's going to happen in my time frame, but yeah. It's something that's interesting. So thank you so much. I'd like to invite the council to come down and take pictures with us. I mean, this is for all of us. And then we have one more presentation after the pictures. We have one more presentation this evening. County Supervisor and Board Chair woman Lisa Bartlett's here. She represents the 5th District. The harbor is owned by the county, and she'd like to present you guys with a proclamation. Lisa.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Miller, council members, city staff, and the public. Today is truly a special day. I remember when Giselle and Donna came to me and said, we're thinking of getting some things trademarked, and this is what we're looking at. And I said, trademarks with the Patent and Trademark Office are really hard to get. But I said, go for it. And, if you get 2 out of 6 or 1 out of 6, that's consider it a win. To get everything that they went after is absolutely incredible. And so for Dana Point to be known as the dolphin and whale watching capital of the world is really significant. That is a huge achievement. It ties in great with everything we're doing with our harbor renovation, the town center project here, and everything that we've got going on in Dana Point. It just adds to the beauty of Dana Point being such a jewel in South Orange County. So congratulations for your hard work. Glad you went for it. And I have some certificates of recognition for you. So let's see, this one is for Donna.
Thank you.
And this one is for Giselle. And again, on behalf of the County of Orange, congratulations. So proud of your efforts. And this is going to be just wonderful for the city moving into the future with everything we've got going on here. So congratulations. Okay. Joe, come on up. No.
Does anybody have any questions regarding this? Nope. Okay. Well, thank you so much. All right, do we get to keep the dolphin? Do we keep the dolphin? All right, perfect. Let's set it right up here tonight. There you go. All right. Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. And it brings us to the reading of ordinance and titles. Excuse me, we have none to read tonight because item 13 has been continued to the October 15th meeting, so we won't be reading the title tonight. Moving on to the consent calendar, all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, the public, or staff request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Madam Clerk, do we have anything to be removed by the public? Oops.
No, Mayor.
All right, guys. I've got to activate all these mics, so it might take me a few minutes to get this right. Okay, any from the staff? Let me turn the mic on, there you go.
No, sir.
Okay. Any from council? Hold on, let me figure this thing out. Got it, there you go.
Yes, item 2, please.
Item 2. Okay. Anyone else? No, all in favor? I don't know if I can turn them all on at the same time. Okay. So I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar. I don't know how to, I can't turn them all on at the same time. I'm not sure. Well, we haven't had a motion or a second yet. So I need a motion and a second for the consent. So, all right, here. Okay, Paul, you're on.
I move that we, the balance of the, I move approval of the balance of the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? I guess we have to vote electronically on this, correct? Because I can't turn all the, I don't know if I can turn all the mics on at once. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. That brings us to item 2. Ms. Lewis? Hold on here, let me close this, figure out how to turn, there you go.
Thank you. Oops, now I've lost my screen. Crap. Item 2 are the minutes. So I understand that they did not record completely last time, which I did not know when we were here, except I got a text from somebody, which I didn't look at till almost the end of the meeting. But she said, oh, it stopped recording. So I asked to look at the minutes on it because I talked to the city manager, and my understanding, and I think we talked about that it was still going to be recording and we would be able to see it on the playback. But I understand it's not visible on the playback. I've had that from several people.
There was some of the tape lost when the server went down, and we've been trying to recover it and have yet been able to do that.
Okay, so I brought this up because I'd like to talk about what we do when the tape stops instead of, first of all, is somebody monitoring to know that it stopped?
Yes.
And if we are monitoring, can we stop the meeting until it gets back up? How do we do that? Because we now have what we call action minutes. And because we agreed to action minutes because the tape was supposed to be our record, but if we don't have a record and we know during the meeting, we're not getting anything and we don't have minutes, so.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time following the last meeting, and Roberts in particular spent a lot of time in this room and the room just adjacent to us. Now we have basically redundancy. So we were recording to YouTube at the same time, and that's when the server failed. And so we lost that piece, although we are trying to see if we can get it. Now we have separate broadcast to YouTube and separate recording so that we always have a recording regardless of whether or not the network server that gets out to the YouTube is on or not. So we'll always have a recording of it.
Okay, so if we have a recording, then if
we can
someone's
put it up after the fact.
Okay, because if someone's sitting there watching YouTube it just goes down. They don't know, is that other recording, the redundant recording, something people can then switch to and watch?
We'll put it up, yes.
Okay, so, and how do people know where to go if YouTube goes down to continue watching? Is there,
It will get placed back on YouTube.
oh, it'll get on YouTube?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely. Because that way folks don't have to go different places. to
Yeah.
look for it.
okay, so
It's always
we've
one place.
taken care of that problem.
Well,
Okay,
knock wood.
thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, would you like to move the item?
Sure, I'll move that we approve item 2.
I'll second that. That brings us, I guess we have to do all these votes this way now. I'll take the vote. That item passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to, where are we? Public comments. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. At the mayor's discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. All comments are to be directed to the city council and should not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. The city clerk will distribute any handouts you may have. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Okay, we have one public speaker tonight, Ms. Barbara Wilson. Can you come up?
Hello, I'm Barbara Wilson. I just wanted to thank you for taking care of the recording situation. That was very concerning to a lot of us, and I'm sure it won't happen again. So thank you for all your technology and appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Is that all the public comments we have for the evening? All right, I'll close the public comment section. That moves us on to well, we have no public hearings, no unfinished business. That brings us to new business. Item number 9, Councilmember Federico short-term rental subcommittee policy. Mr. Denny, do we have staff report? Oh, sorry.
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Federico, would you like to introduce this item?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to lead with a motion, just, or do you want a staff report first?
Go ahead and give the staff
okay.
report.
Yeah, so it's fairly self-explanatory, I believe. The purpose is just to outline policy objectives. We had a lot of discussion at the last meeting about proposed short-term rental ordinances. And before we get any further down that road, I'd like to try to get the council to agree on what we're trying to achieve, just the policy, overall policy direction or objectives. I think good policies based on good policy objectives. It's really not anything more than that for item 1 there. And items 2 and 3, just some feedback after the last discussion that I thought we should consider. So that's really all I have for the staff report. Not advocating any positions. This is not about a specific ordinance or anything other than policy direction.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item? Wow. Okay. All right. Our first speaker is Roger Malcolm, followed by Debbie Snow Grover and Ken Pelotti.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Roger Malcolm. I'm a resident of Capistrano Beach. I live on the bluff. I came here kind of a last minute notice and to see what was going on, but to also voice my opposition to any sort of a short-term rental allowance. I have a neighbor who was operating a short-term rental without a permit. And it was like having spring break in our yard every single night, sometimes starting at 2 a.m. and raging in parties until 8 a.m., finding needles with syringes attached in my driveway. I have little kids. It's not a good thing. Wafting clouds of smoke, marijuana smoke, vile language. It's a horror. And I've heard this from other people. I just wanted to present that part of it. I wasn't here to debate a whole lot of it, but at least give some insight to personal experience that I've had with my family. I've lived there for 31 years on the Bluff, and only in the last couple of years has this become an issue. I don't understand why it's necessary. I don't know why the city would entertain allowing this to go on. I live there because I want to live there. I don't want to just visit. I don't want to have people that I don't know in my life that can adversely impact the sanctity and tranquility of our life. You know, a neighborhood is for neighbors. You get to know the people that you live next to. You may not agree, you may not like each other, but you find a way to live together. You cannot live together with transitory people. Not much else I can say beyond that, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. Derby Snow Grover, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and fellow council members. My name is Debbie Snow Grover, and I represent a short-term vacation rental company that operates in Dana Point. I agree that Dana Point does need a short-term rental ordinance, and the ordinance proposed has a little improprieties to it, and it will cause about 95% of the existing short-term rentals to be eliminated. The current proposals call for only primary residences. And while this primary residence only idea is good in theory and has a catchy title to it, it means that no one that has a second home can use that as a short-term vacation rental. Our company has completed a study that we'd like to share with the council and the mayor and any subcommittee that shows that 95% of the current short-term rentals are not the owner's primary residences, and the income they would generate if this proposed ordinance were to go into effect would be lost. This means that the city would be shutting down the short-term vacation rentals that bring in about 100,000 visitors to our area every year. We have serious doubts that the council and the Coastal Commission would want to eliminate almost 100,000 tourists here into Dana Point, the economy that it drives to all the businesses and, of course, to those homeowners. It would eliminate about 15,000 bookings per year, and those short-term vacation rentals average around 6 guests per stay. That means that 90,000 visitors would be eliminated each year from Dana Point. These are families that chose not to stay in hotels for various economic reasons for themselves. While we consider what the city is proposing to the Coastal Commission, such as the Ritz-Carlton being an affordable amenity to these visitors, we find that it's not going to be suitable to all the visitors. Lastly, the proposal makes the case that the homes used for short-term rentals are houses that would be eliminated from the long-term rental market. These are homes that families themselves use as their vacation homes, and they are their second homes. The proposal may harm families that have family-owned second homes. It may punish the 100,000 guests that come to Dana Point, and it would eliminate the transient occupancy tax revenue that generates around $100,000 a year to the city of Dana Point. If the goal is to eliminate the corporate entities,
Ms. Peloti, can you please wrap up?
if the goal is to eliminate
I'm sorry, Ms. Grover.
it's okay, corporate entities from coming in and turning homes into short-term rentals, then we are definitely for that proposal. We would definitely support that. I want to thank you again for your time, and I can help assure that the corporations do not invest
Okay.
in multi.
Ms. Grover, thank you very much. We have quite a few speakers tonight.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Ken Peloti, followed by Chevy Atkinson and Beth Aaliyah Everett.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Ken Pilati, and I've been a resident of Dana Point for 16 years. I have 6 siblings, 13 nieces and nephews that have attended Dana Hills High School. Amazing people. We all live in the area and contribute to Dana Point. In my life, I've had the honor to serve with the U.S. military in Afghanistan for 4.5 years. And I came back in 2014 to restart my life back in Dana Point. I was lucky to be able to purchase a property on Santa Clara. And around the same time, there was a sober living down the street, and they came and offered me $20,000 a month to rent this property. So I mentioned my family, we all live here. This is our community. And I couldn't do that to our neighbors and my family. So I took the long road and, went into construction and made this property beautiful and took the right licenses. And I've been operating as a vacation rental manager operator. I have a lot of really interesting guests. I have people celebrating their grandfather's birthday because they're in a small condo somewhere. I have people that have pets that can't go to hotels. I have people with accessibility issues that come and stay with us. I have families that cannot accommodate their relatives coming and staying. And what's interesting, about 30% of my business is locals that have slab leaks, that have issues with construction, their house tinted, like Dana had it not too long ago. So it is a service for the community. I try to run the properties and the vacation rentals with my neighbors in mind. And I have attended numerous meetings, some with Paul Wyatt at the Board of Realtors. I am for licensed, responsible vacation rentals in Dana Point with our neighbors in mind. And I would like to offer my fourplex that's on Santa Clara as an open house October 19th between 4 to 7 to anybody and everybody in the community. If you don't like vacation rentals or you like them, come by and let's learn from each other. Let's make it work for each other, no finger pointing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pilati. Chevy Atkinson.
Hi, Council. My name is Chevy Atkinson. I'm a Dana Point resident. I'm a real estate agent, and I served on the Government Affairs Committee at OCAR. I'm looking forward to attending these meetings to discuss how we can make the city better rather than debating how to keep it from becoming worse. I encourage the city not to throw away 10 years worth of work and use short-term rental ordinance 539 as a baseline for discussion for the new ordinance. This is not a short-term rental issue. This is about making sure we have respectful neighbors. I asked Dana Point leaders to exercise common sense and find out what the real issues are. The city had short-term rental challenges 10 years ago. As a result, the city spent nearly 10 years crafting Ordinance 539. This created permits, rules, restrictions, 10% TOT tax, paid for Ted Harris to enforce, put much more money into the city's coffers for local programs, had Coastal Commission support, which was not easy because it allowed HOAs to ban short-term rentals. It's senseless to throw away 10 years worth of work. The ordinance was a success, passed by City Council, and in the most recent survey of residents clearly showed short-term rentals are not a problem in a majority of the city for a majority of residents. Moreover, Ted Harris was able to enforce TOT collection and put unlicensed, irresponsible rentals out of business. Yet we're using public time, resources, and forcing our residents, even those that haven't had a single complaint, let alone violation, to defend themselves. The policy suggested by this committee is a reckless overreach that infringes on property rights, reduces affordable vacation rental access to families visiting our area. In fact, will ensure many families will not visit at all and will choose other beach cities with better access to housing. It'll rightly and likely create valid issues with the Coastal Commission and will leave the city fighting amongst itself and the Coastal Commission for the next 10 years while putting a majority of our residents that live in the coastal zone and HOAs at risk of losing their choice. It simply doesn't make sense. Ms. Lewis, who served on the committee, posted on Facebook on August 2nd, pointing to Denver and Honolulu as models of what Dana Point should follow, promoting jailing residents who offer short-term lodging to visitors instead of remaining laid-back beach town we have been. She's apparently fighting for corporate hotel interests and trying to model our city after Denver and Honolulu. I've chosen to live in Dana Point, not Denver or Honolulu. Residents of Dana Point should be angry. Ordinance 539 was working. A small group of people who were not properly educated in the topic undid 10 years worth of work, falsely believing they could get rid of sober living homes by going after short-term rentals, even though the city attorney will tell you that's 100% false. They recruited a local hotel developer, Sanford Edwards, who was in a lawsuit with the city at the time and contributed to pay signature gatherers to lie to our residents at grocery stores and other locations, telling them they were signing a petition to keep rapists out of our neighborhoods. And
Mr.
voila,
Akisaki, please wrap up.
Sanford's lawsuit was gone, and so was Ordinance 539. So now residents cannot legally obtain a short-term rental permit. I have more, but I will respectfully leave the podium.
Betha Lee Everett, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about vacation rentals. Honorable council members, Dana Point has always been known as a friendly and fun destination for families with children especially, and adventure seekers also. Our coastal city is famous for its natural beauty and its hospitality. The city council has been successful in spreading the word. Tourism is booming, and a great number of families from all over the world wish to come and visit this paradise. Short-term rentals allow guests from all around the world to enjoy themselves in our beautiful coastal city. We are all ambassadors of this beautiful community. Let's choose to promote short-term rentals to our city success. Let's move forward to recognize that short-term rentals add a great deal of good to this community. They bring revenue to our local merchants. They contribute a steady stream of tax revenues. Vacation rentals contribute a great deal of financial stability to Dana Point. When Richard Henry Dana sailed the Pilgrim here in 1835, he was the ripe old age of 19 years old. He described our headlands, the most romantic spot on the coast. He recognized that 184 years ago, it is still holding that truth today. Let's embrace this and share our paradise with others. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Lynn, followed by Gabrielle Buckley and Barbara Wilson.
Hi, my name is Greg Lynn. I'm a Dana Point resident. I've been here for a little over 3 years now. I live in a small condominium community of 8 units. 3 of them are short-term rentals. And my issue has always been about the lack of management. These are all investment properties for these folks that rent them out. We've had many issues with all 3 of the short-term rentals. Even this past weekend, at 11:54 p.m., one of the short-term rentals went ahead and blasted their stereo for a period of time, on the deck. And I finally had to come out and ask them to turn it down. I contacted the owner that evening. Probably about 20 hours later, she got back to me and said, I'll talk to the resident about doing that. It's just unacceptable. I mean, I live there. I don't rent it out. I'm entitled to my quiet peace enjoyment. This past weekend, another short-term rental in my community had about 5 or 6 people sitting around the pool smoking cigarettes all afternoon. And we have rules about smoking. I asked the tenants, can you not smoke? And they said, oh, the owner said it was okay for us to smoke. Sent a text to the owner, and probably about maybe 2 or 3 hours later, he said, yeah, I'll go talk to him. I told him it was okay to smoke as long as no one was around. This is without having management on site, someone there to oversee their people. It's really inappropriate to allow short-term rentals in this community. I've been living this for 3 years. I've been fighting it with the HOA, the HOA is, with 3 of the 8 owners short-term rental, we're kind of at a roadblock. Unless the city does something, it's going to be a continual problem. And I really, really encourage the city to insist on on-site management. It's the only way to do it. It's like a hotel. You go to a hotel, there's a manager, there's staff on site. When one of the guests gets loud or there's a problem, there's someone there to take care of it. In short-term rentals, there's no one there to take care of it. It's the neighbors, like these other gentlemen, those folks that talked about, that we have to deal with the fact that these tenants are just unruly and are out of control, and there's no oversight. And I encourage the city to do something. And I think the real answer is on-site management. And if there's someone living on site and they're there to take care of the problem when it happens, it's manageable. Otherwise, it's just chaos, like I've been living for the last 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gabrielle Buckley.
Good evening. I have, with my family, a home on Beach Road. This is the 50th year that we've owned it. We use it 9 months out of the year, and we rent it in the summertime. It's a perfect house for 2 families, which I don't know if you've gone with your family on a vacation, but it's expensive. So I think it's a good alternative for a family or 2 families. We've been operating it as a rental for the last 10 years. We've had no complaints. And trust me, I think that if we would have a complaint, we would know about it, not only from the street, but the management company. Last time I was here, somebody said this isn't rocket science. It's not rocket science to try and figure out some rules. We did that, but clearly they need to be tweaked. And I don't think anyone's really opposed. At least I'm not opposed to tweaking it. I think hosted rentals is the same thing as no rentals, because my guess is that most of these rentals are non-hosted rentals, like ours is a non-hosted rental. No one's in the house while someone else is there. So it's really a ban on short-term rentals. That's really what this is a complete ban on short-term rentals. So I think also I hear when I come to these meetings, people talk about transparency, which is good for a city council. Why not include us? Why not include somebody in this group that do have short-term rentals on the committee to tweak it if that's what you need to do? Put a couple more rules in place, but to ban it completely, which this is a complete ban, doesn't seem like the direction that I think everyone wants to go. Yeah, Dana Point is a great city, and there are a lot of reasons to come here. And I know our house is full of families, and my suggestion is to play around with it, but not to completely 100% ban it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Wilson, followed by Deanna Slocum and Miriam Rupke.
Mayor, council members, in drafting a short-term rental ordinance, your objectives don't begin to address the concerns of the residents. You stated you want to preserve the character of neighborhoods, and if that was the case, STRs wouldn't be allowed. You exclude homeowners associations with CC&Rs, which prohibit them, but shouldn't all residents be protected as well? Such rules were put in place because STRs aren't desirable in neighborhoods. You mentioned the risk of corporations purchasing homes to use as STRs, but how could you prevent that? There are reports of many bad actors in our existing STR licensed properties, and that code enforcement has chosen to ignore. You propose a questionnaire about opinions on short-term rentals, but 4,000 residents have voiced their feelings against them. How would you structure a questionnaire that fairly represents your goal of increasing that number? Who would receive a questionnaire? STR owners? How could you be sure of a fair sampling? The only way to go forward with an ordinance would be a vote of our residents. With the 2020 elections not far away, that would be a perfect time for residents to weigh in on this measure. Cities all over the country are trying to limit STRs, and I feel that Santa Monica, who has agreed to a hosted-only approach, would be acceptable. Owners who rent out their homes must be present throughout the stay of the visitor. Owners looking to supplement their income would then have a solution. I urge that public be noticed of meetings as you formulate a city policy, and I hope you'll consider these remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna Slocum.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say thank you very much for the time that you devote to the community. You are unpaid. You are taking a beating in every meeting, in every public forum, and I just want to say thank you very much for your time. I'd like to address some untruths and misinformation in the community around the short-term rental issue. It's been going on for 3 years. I've been actively involved in the conversation, and what I hear concerns me. So people say STRs are party houses. People are leaving, syringes in people's front yards for an illegal STR. The city's being overrun with STRs, and there are many known issues in Dana Point with currently licensed short-term rentals. The facts do not support these statements. If you look at the calls that are made to the hotline, they're negligible. Our enforcement people are not turning the other cheek. They are simply not able to act on them because there's nothing there. The second piece of misinformation, most Dana Point residents believe we have a short-term rental problem and want the city council to fix it. Well, there was a survey conducted in 2017 or 16, right after Ms. Lewis came into power. It was directed by the group that is anti-short-term rental because they were convinced that the residents would speak. But when the tally was taken of the votes for that survey, the short-term rental issue was the least serious issue of the 5 that were presented, below parking problems in Dana Point. The third piece of misinformation, that the hotel industry provides affordable accommodations. Well, a family of 4 traveling in the summer that's going to need 4 beds is going to have to buy 2 hotel rooms. That's $500 at our hotels. My short-term rental, my home that I operate as a short-term rental that I drive by almost every night, especially on the weekends, and if there's anything going on that I don't agree with, they're kicked out, which, by the way, it's never happened in 3 years. It's $200, $250 a night max for a family of 4. Neighbors of short-term rentals hate them. My 94-year-old neighbor, who has been a resident of Dana Point for 50 plus years, she was a second resident on La Cresta Avenue, loves my short-term rental. She loves hearing about the people that come and visit. She's never had an issue, and her front door is right near my front door. Her bedroom is right near my bedrooms. She's never had an issue. I check in with her every day. Council members, this is the 5th piece of misinformation. Council members owning property should recuse themselves from the discussion on short-term rentals or be reported to the FPPC. That was today's post on Capo Cares. Seriously? This is what people are posting about this discussion. The 6th piece of misinformation that I would like to raise is that we were told 3 years ago by council members Lewis and Wyatt they would work with us on a suitable ordinance. We have never been involved, not one step of the way, with what was just sent to the Coastal Commission. So please work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Rupke, followed by Suzanne Christensen and Jason Colasso.
Good evening, council members. My name is Miriam Rupke. I am a resident of Capistrano Beach. I am a short-term rental homeowner since 2015. Since 2015 that I've been operating my home as a vacation rental, I've had 0 complaints. In fact, many of my neighbors have made comments that they have never had issues with my house, yet they have constant issues with the long-term renters in our neighborhood. Constant late night partying, noise. I have a neighbor on the other side of me. Every weekend at 12 o'clock, he's got a party going on outside his house. And no matter how many times we've asked them politely to take it inside or called the police on them, they continue to do it. Unfortunately, we're stuck with them long term. But with my short-term rentals, never a problem. There's a 24-hour hotline. I've spoken with Ted Harris before in terms of how many complaints have come through, minimal. And as Deanna mentioned, the complaints that do come through are usually from the same disgruntled homeowner. For example, someone on Beach Road complained that the short-term renter next door had their beach towels hanging, and this was a public disturbance. So I'd like the council members to base it on facts. What are the facts? The facts are that your hotline has been getting very minimal complaints. The facts are that, I'm losing my train of thought. The facts are that a survey was conducted, which showed that short-term rentals was basically a non-issue in Dana Point. So use the facts. Additionally, to the gentleman who mentioned that there's an unpermitted short-term rental that has needles and alcohol. I mean, if that's actually true, I would ask the council members to investigate that, because we as short-term rental owners who have permits are not in support of people who are doing it illegally and who are not operating it. Like, this is a privilege. If you're going to have this privilege, then you should operate it with care. And if there are people who are abusing this privilege, take the permits away from them. We're not in support of that. So I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, but as a short-term rental homeowner, I am not in support of somebody operating their vacation rental like that, because it makes the rest of us look bad. Additionally, with this stigma that we're just a bunch of party houses, what you're proposing as a homestay, when you're renting rooms out at $70 a night, I'd like you to consider the type of people that are going to be then staying at the house. This is almost the same as a sober living home, what you're suggesting at this point, renting rooms out at $70 a pop. We're going to be having backpackers staying in our homes at this point. Is that what you're trying to bring into the community? So please include us in this, and please use the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Christensen.
Good evening. I split my time between Dana Point and San Diego, and I was here last week, and thank you all for your time. Okay, I'm probably just going to be repeating a lot of what we've said, but I think it's important. It is unfortunate that some individuals and local residents who oppose short-term rentals are driven by fear and misinformation rather than facts. They are basing their concerns and biases on the few unpermitted, unaccountable properties, and also the numerous sober living facilities scattered throughout Dana Point. It is important to understand that moving into an ever-growing global economy, vacation rentals have expanded and enhanced the travel landscape by offering alternative accommodations and providing economic benefits to communities around the world. I like to think that we're part of that global economy, effectively creating a vibrant marketplace. By instituting a policy such as the Coastal Commission model for transient occupancy tax, everyone benefits. Dana Point receives additional tax revenue, and both travelers and residents benefit from the fantastic economic opportunities that short-term rentals provide. The community benefits as a whole. Basically, that's what I have to say. I've had my home for 5 years. I take very good care of it. It's one of the nicest homes on the street. I'm here every week. I have a manager who checks on it frequently. She can be contacted within an hour. We've never had any issues, ever. We have, if anything, rave reviews. So I think it would just be a shame to even think about doing away with long or short-term rentals. It would be devastating to the community. And thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Jason Colasso, followed by Betty Hill and Dana Yarger.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Colasso. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I've lived here since 2005, and I've been involved in the discussions around vacation rentals since 2007. Since the referendum, it feels like little to nothing has been done to work on the topic of short-term rentals. We created a subcommittee, but it's hard to say what, if anything, else has been done. I'm not aware of any open community workshops, professionally conducted surveys, engagement with permit holders, nothing. It's been radio silent. And last week, we were shocked to find out that a recommendation was being made to take our permits away. How and why was that decision made? Have there been issues with existing permit holders? Was there a survey conducted that indicated our community wants home sharing only? Who did the subcommittee work with to come to this conclusion? Was this a decision made on gut instinct alone? I would encourage you to follow the footsteps of the folks running the harbor revitalization. They've been inclusive, transparent, and collaborative. Why can't we have a similar type of process as we address this topic? A second point I'd like to make, kind of reiterating Miriam's point, is that a home share only ordinance has the potential to dramatically impact the fabric of our community. Whereas a short-term rental is typically used by vacationing families, a home share property is much more like a youth hostel. In a 3-bedroom home, I could hire one on-site property manager who lives there full-time. I could put 2 twin beds in each room, and it'd probably be a lot more profitable than renting out the entire property. But the community would change dramatically. It's really just hard to understand how we came to this decision. I mean, I think we need to take a step back, engage the community, and really think about how do we put a good set of rules and regulations in place to manage them. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Hill.
Hello, I'm Betty Hill from Capistrano Beach. The moratorium on STRs has provided valuable information that the council should consider. Multiple cities throughout Orange County are dealing with the impact of the explosive growth of Airbnb and the STR industry. Cities have adopted policies with significant restrictions, and many have concluded that STRs should be banned entirely or in residential neighborhoods, including Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, Aliso Viejo, Irvine, San Clemente, and most recently, Laguna Beach. Dana Point has a unique and highly desirable location. STR operators and outside investors will reap a huge financial benefit using Dana Point's neighborhoods. However, the majority of residents will not be operating an STR. Most are concerned about preserving the safety and livability of their neighborhoods. In Dana Point, 40% of its residents are vulnerable renters who care about the cost and availability of their homes. Coastal areas of the city would be disproportionately impacted. There are many HOAs or communities with CC&Rs prohibiting STRs that the city would exempt. Given this wide disparity of circumstances and the complex issues involved, the data from a survey would in likelihood not lead to an STR policy that the majority of residents would support. Adopting an STR policy may be the most difficult and important action this council will ever take. This isn't just about town center. It changes the city's zoning code and will affect every resident and neighborhood in Dana Point. Achieving resident support should be the council's primary objective. The last STR policy of the city council passed resulted in the referendum. The long-term consequences of the policy must be considered, and I don't hear a lot of that today in tonight's comments. They're talking about what the situation is today. And you need to look long-term about this industry and its impact. And there's no going back. Once you decide on this, it's very difficult to turn the time back. So do residents want long-term neighbors next door or a hotel with a never-ending stream of tourists? It really comes down to how much of our Dana Point community do residents want to rent to the world? Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Yarger, followed by Hoya Nip and Melissa Spanglin. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Nice to see you all. I'm so happy to live here. I enjoyed it, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. I'm very brief. My focus is Del Prado. We have business. We live on Del Prado. We have real estate on Del Prado, and Del Prado continues to have needs, and you have a very, very difficult situation. But as I see it, the short-term rentals brings tourists, new people every week or so to discover the Del Prado enterprise. And the city spent $20 million on building it, and I'd like to see it grow. And I think that short-term rentals will help in that way. You've got a difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you. Hoya Nip.
Good evening, Hoyan. Yep. So last time I just happened to be here to hear about this item. So I heard a whole bunch of transparency. And I think that's what Mr. Federico's intention is tonight. So I would like to add on to a little bit of your ideas. I hope I'm not going to offend anybody. So my suggestions are for committees and groups in general, not just for this particular committee. One is that Mr. Federico suggested open meetings to the public. I think that's a great idea. I subscribe to just about every mailing list on the city's website. I get very few emails. So I thought you guys were not really working until recently I realized that you guys do work and you have a different mailing list. So that probably would they need to be combined, I guess. Second is a meeting time and a date. Well, sometimes, say a committee meets at, say, the first Tuesday at 3:00. And sometimes the agenda comes out as a surprise. We're meeting at 10:00. So that's not very nice, right? So I hope this kind of thing will not happen again. We stick to the same time. The third point is minutes. Not sure if you got my handouts. There's a random handouts I had on my desk. I cleaned up my desk over the weekend. I thought,
the clerk will pass it out. There weren't enough copies for all of us,
oh, wow.
and she'll make sure that we all get them.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty random. So just to make my point. So granted, somebody would not be able to make to one meeting. So that's when minutes become so valuable. It's also a document on the website for other people to see. And on the other hand, if the minutes are not detailed enough, someone will always challenge your decision. And then we have to rediscuss this all over again. So those random copies I had on my desk, just some example of more detailed minutes. They're not the best minutes I've seen, but they're just there to show the point. I hope we could get rid of these variables before we start general plan update, because we sure don't want to pay the consultant to sit there to listen to our debates. So thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Spanglin, followed by Jeff Lerner, and we'll finish with Felicia Lerner.
Good evening, council persons. So I am a long-term Capistrano Beach, Dana Point resident. I have been blessed to be a part of this community since 1974. And I went to Palisades Elementary School. I went to Shorecliffs. I went to San Clemente. This community is my home. And our home that is a short-term vacation rental is the family home that I grew up in. And we are so blessed to be able to share our home and our community with people from all over the world. I have been blessed to have guests in our home from as far away as Scotland and Russia. I've had local people from our own Dana Point area who have had water losses and damage in their homes and were homeless, and they were grateful to have a safe place to stay within our community while their homes were being repaired. It did not displace their children from local schools. And so we as short-term homeowners have responsibility. We have responsibility to be stewards of our community, of our environment, and of this beautiful place that we call home. We also have the responsibility to be accountable to our neighbors, and to be accountable, as I would ask the city council and persons who are not short-term rental owners, to look at the benefits along with the cons. I wouldn't want to live next to a short-term rental if I knew somebody was coming in there and it was party house. I would be stomping my feet and I would be up here as a proponent to this, but that's not the case. I am so, and I can only speak for myself, I am so selective of the people that I allow to come into our home, because it's important that they behave appropriately in our home. This is the biggest asset that I think a lot of us have, is the ability to be homeowners. And so I don't want people in there having kids writing on the walls or smoking or being disrespectful. This is our home. This is their home. And in sharing this, we have the ability to move our community forward in a very positive aspect. And I would ask that what's on the table be rejected unequivocally, and that we sit down and have a public forum to act and move forward as stewards of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lerner.
Good evening. My name's Jeff Lerner. Firstly, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff, thank you for allowing me to be here. I've been a resident of Beach Road since 1995, part-time for the first number of years, and over the last 10 years, full-time occupant. The problem that we have is that on each side of us, we have a short-term rental property, and we've classified them as weekend warriors. They come in, have a party, do not comply with the ordinances. I happen to also be the appointee for Beach Road in liaison with the city insofar as the code enforcement is concerned. And I brought a number of issues up to the code enforcement officers. The real problem is twofold. Insofar as the ordinance itself is concerned, there's certain loopholes in the ordinance itself, or more particularly avenues of abilities to circumvent the transgressions, and that is the amount of warnings that can be given before there's any final action. There's no teeth. The ordinance really doesn't have any teeth as it stands. There's also then the follow-up, in the sense that the code enforcement officers therefore cannot really emphatically put as an example or place as an example the transgressors. So whilst I'm totally against short-term rental, because I believe overall it transgresses the node and the residential node and turns it into a business node, and that is exactly what short-term rental is, a business occupation. And now in some instances, some of the owners who use and utilize their homes as short-term rentals absolve themselves, if you will, from any form of liability or connectivity by having profit-driven agents running the home and running the rentals. And that in itself is a problem, because there's no hands-on protection. Similarly, are there no hands-on protection? Some homes, even though the ordinance 538 says there's a certain amount of people are allowed into a particular home. It's two persons per bedroom, plus two other people. So a two-bedroom house would be entitled to have 6 people total, two times 2 plus 2. They've turned bedrooms, living rooms, and a kitchen into a bedroom so as to circumvent the requirements. It's the enforcement that we need, and for all intents and purposes, short-term rental should be abolished completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicia Lerner, please.
Good evening. I'm Felicia Lerner. I live on Beach Road. That's my husband. And as he had mentioned, we have, on either side of us, we have renters. And if you're on Beach Road, you would know that the homes are built with a 0 lot line. And my bedroom is maybe a few feet away from the bedroom to the left of me. We have people coming in every 3 days. There's a lockbox on the front door. They come in, there's no supervision, and they party hard. They come in, party hard, the beers and the alcohol and everything goes out onto the deck, and that's what they're there to do. I understand that. I have to get up and go to work in the morning. And there's nothing that we can do about it. I write constantly. I'm on the hotline constantly. I'm Sharon Bain to Match Night and Ted Harris because I'm constant. So I'm really surprised when I hear, oh, there's nobody's reporting anything, because I report on the app, I call, I send pictures, I give proof, and there's no follow-up. Living on Beach Road, we do not have a home, it's not an association. There's no rules and regulations. The only rules and regulations are from the city, which are none. I call for the police. I say, it's after 10 o'clock. These people are still partying. They're not on the street. They don't hear anything from the street side, but we hear it on the other side. I contact my own security company. They try and do something, but there's nothing that anybody can do. Nothing is being enforced by it. We have parties, we have weddings, we have catering companies going on. And I just want to sit out on my own backyard and read a book. I don't want to have a wedding next door to me with 50 or 60 people. It's not fair. My quality of life is adversely affected by short-term renters. And I really would appreciate if you would hear the situation and put into effect something to protect the homeowners of Dana Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers? I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. So this is a new system for us up here, and you can actually let me know if you want to talk. I'm still going to go around the horn. My concern is I don't want people jumping in front of people speaking 2 or 3 times before somebody else actually gets a chance to speak. So I'll see it up there. I can actually reorder if I need to, if somebody hasn't spoken in a while that has something to say. So, Mr. Federico, you started. I'm going to actually go to Ms. Lewis on this because that's how I've done it in the past. If Ms. Lewis has something.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'd like to address a couple of things. First, I will divide it into procedure and the substance. So we've heard a lot here, and I'd like to basically inform people of the procedure that this subcommittee and myself have taken since I've been on the subcommittee and prior to that, because there's been a lot of misinformation. First, this subcommittee was set up by the council. It was set up as an ad hoc subcommittee, which means that when the council set up this committee, it was not to meet regularly. And so under the rules of an ad hoc subcommittee, it wasn't required to meet with and have public meetings. That's the way it was set up. I didn't set it up that way specifically. I didn't say I don't want to meet with anybody. In fact, in 2016, when I was running for election, I spent probably over an hour meeting with many of the people who are here tonight and who were for short-term rentals, who wanted us to hear what their position was. And I listened very patiently, and I heard your positions. I assume your positions have not changed because I've heard the same comments from many of the same people over the 3 years that this has been an issue since I've been involved. First, when the previous city council was passing the ordinance and everybody was in the community center because so many people wanted to speak. And I heard comments both from people who are opposed to short-term rentals and people who are for short-term rentals. As I said, I spent over an hour in a restaurant, in a private room, talking to people with short-term rental issues, and I heard their issues. And again, I heard them last time and this time. So this impression being left that I have not taken into account, or I have not listened, or somehow I have not met with the people who are in favor of short-term rentals is simply wrong, and I just want to correct that. It doesn't mean I agree, but I have heard. So, so the other interesting thing about this procedure is this subcommittee was set up in 2018, April 2018. It was set up and different people were put on the committee, Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Wyatt. And that subcommittee did whatever it was supposed to do, because the way we set up subcommittees is they get set up, they go about, they do their work, they bring back the final report, much as Mr. Miller did with his parking subcommittee. They bring their final report back, and then the council discusses and talks about that final report and their recommendations, because the whole point of a subcommittee is to make recommendations. And that went along fine. Nobody, in fact, Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Wyatt met. I really don't know how often they met, but they met. They wrote the draft of the proposed ordinance. They met with the city. That proposed ordinance was taken to the Coastal Commission. Those two men met with the Coastal Commission. All that was going along. Nobody was asking about it. Nobody had policies. There were no policies set up, when the subcommittee was formed. And then Mr. Tomlinson was no longer on the subcommittee because his term expired, and I was put on the subcommittee. Now, over a year and a half into this process, we're first talking about, oh, we need some guidelines. Oh, we need to do, open to the public. It's completely different now, which I find quite interesting. So procedurally, that was what was supposed to happen. And this subcommittee has not brought this final product back yet. And in terms of meetings, I think Mr. Wyatt and I have met maybe twice, maybe. And it is consisted of the draft proposal that was drafted by Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Wyatt previously, of which none of us had any input on except the subcommittee. And there was a meeting to kind of go over it and just go over that, because I was new on the subcommittee, and tweaking it and bringing it back to the city and bringing it to the Coastal Commission, because we didn't want to make the same mistake that was made last time, and that is the city council passing an ordinance and implementing it before the Coastal Commission approved it, only to have this kind of chaos because it was allowed to be implemented, and then only to find out that the Coastal Commission may not approve it. And then the residents, loud and clear, told us they did not want this, and it was overturned. And so now, because of that, we're in this limbo where we have some people who have their permits, other people who don't have their permits, and we're trying to now get an ordinance. So that's the procedure that I find quite troubling. In terms of the substance, okay, here's my priority. The city made a promise to residents when it zoned the area they live in, and they bought, and they made the biggest investment of their life in their single family home and in their residential neighborhood. And our zoning promised them that those would be exclusively residential neighborhoods. That was a promise, and that promise we are now looking at changing. So those are the voices that need to be heard, as well as the short-term rental voices. But those are the people who have made an investment in Dana Point, live in Dana Point, and were promised that they're going to be living in residential neighborhoods. I think about the housing stock. I think about people who want to live in Dana Point. 40% of the people that live in this city rent. There's a housing crisis in California. We read about it all the time. Affordable housing is going away. It's hard to find here. I talk to businesses, especially hotels, hospitality people, and they tell me that they can't keep the help that runs the kitchens and the waiters and those kind of things because they can't afford to live in Dana Point. Well, if we start taking off rental stock, we're going to make that even more difficult and more unaffordable. So that's another thing I think of when I make my input into the subcommittee and decide what are the priorities of this city long term. Yes, there are fewer complaints, as many of you noted, and possibly because we've had a moratorium for the past 3 years. So there aren't the problems. They're not there. The new permits are not being issued. And so and residents feel, okay, that's not coming into my city. We don't allow short-term rentals. So I think that you could see a cause and effect there with fewer of the complaints because we've had a moratorium. But I got to tell you, I hear many stories like Mr. Lynn and other people who come to me and came to me when I was mayor, begging me to do something because they live in places, and of course people who come here on vacation are going to vacation. That's what they're supposed to do. They don't watch the clock. So they're up, they're having fun, they're partying, but they're partying in places where people have to live, their kids have to go to bed, get to school, they have to go to bed, they have to get up for work. And another thing, okay, you talk about code enforcement. Well, the problems don't occur at 9 to 5 when you can call code enforcement and somebody can run over. No, the problems are 11, 12 o'clock at night when people decide, hey, I'm on vacation, I've had 5 or 6 beers, let's turn up the stereo. And there's nobody there. And, we can't have our police running around. They don't do that anyway. And when they do, their calls are prioritized. And I got to tell you, that's low on the priority. And then when there's no one there, living there, there's no one to manage it, then the homeowners next door, underneath, around them are left to their own devices, and it's very unpleasant. And lastly, I guess I could say that when the last council passed the ordinance, I think the homeowners and the residents of this city spoke loud and clear when in the matter of several weeks, they got more signatures than they needed to put something on a ballot. Now, I would have preferred, honestly, that it had gone to the ballot because I think at that point we could have dispensed with this once and for all, one way or the other. But for whatever reason, that prior council chose to just rescind it, and here we are. So I have some problems with the policies here. First, maintain the character of our neighborhoods by not encouraging absentee corporate investment. I'm not even sure what that means. I would just stop with maintain the character of our neighborhoods. Not encouraging absentee corporate. Does that mean if you're something other than a corporation, you can be an absentee owner? How is that maintaining the character of our neighborhoods? What does it mean, not encouraging absentee? Well, I certainly think that home sharing doesn't encourage absentee investment. Balance the right of HOAs. You know, there's another issue there. Are we all living under the same rules, or are the rules that we're going to live under, they work for some people, they don't work for other people? And frankly, if HOAs thought that STRs were a great idea, I would ask the HOAs, why aren't you allowing them? Why do you, as an HOA, prohibit anybody from renting for less than 30 days when for people who don't live in HOAs, that seems to be okay? So I have a problem with that too. I have an issue with, I don't have any issue with the meeting being open to the public. Anybody who wants to come to our meeting, fine. I'm always about transparency. If that's something you want to do, and I know you laugh, but I met with you, and I heard you. So
Excuse me, we're not addressing the public here, Ms. Lewis, and please, public, we're in the middle of a business meeting right now. I understand, but this is a business meeting and we're not engaging. Thank you.
So yeah, I don't have any problem with it being open to the public. I don't know why it wasn't set up that way in the first place, but it wasn't. And the survey, as long as we can have input into the survey so that the questions, because it's all about how the questions are asked. If we could have the input into the survey so that the questions are asked fairly, so that we get a response. I must say I was not happy with the questions of our districting, and I had a lot of input there, almost none of which was put into the survey. But I have no problem with the survey. But the other thing I would like to see is number 4 on this, is that any ordinance and any amendment, revision, modification, alteration should go to a vote of the people. Now, I know that when Mr. Federico and Mr. Payne were up at the fountains during the election discussing STRs, that was one of the things, and I know that they both agreed, yes, this should go to a vote of the residents. So I have issues. I'd like to see us vote one at a time on these policies. And I'd like to add a 4th one that says any STR should go to a vote of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stop real quick for a procedural issue. We did not take a motion on this before we started discussion. That I should have done that. Before we continue, is there a motion on the table to discuss this item? I have you on, Mr. Federico.
Yeah, I move to discuss the item. I guess I should make an actual action motion. Yeah, I move to adopt the recommended actions.
Is that adopting them for the subcommittee, to direct the subcommittee to go down this path? Hold on here, you turned off again on me.
Yeah, as written.
Okay.
Items 1, 2, and 3.
All right. Thank you. To have a second.
I would like to make a substituted motion.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I would like to move that we discuss and vote on each of the items separately, 1, 2, and 3, and also that we add an item 4, that any short-term rental ordinance revision, alteration, modification, or rescission will go to a vote of all the residents.
Okay. I need a second. Not seeing a second. That fails for lack of a second. Do I have a second on Mr. Federico's motion? Okay, hold on here. I mean, I'm trying to figure these mics out. Mr. Vixork,
Second the motion.
thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back for more discussion. Ms. Lewis just finished. Mr. Vixork, if you have anything.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try not to be repetitive. This was something that we discussed at our last meeting. It is now on again. I won't speculate as to the reasons that we brought it back. I know it was discussed that we wanted to have more discussion on it, but it does go over what we talked about last time. I think it's important to understand where we are now, how we got here. I guess I will speculate as to why it's on, is that there appears to be some concern in the community about what has been done by the subcommittee and what was sent to the Coastal Commission. I think it's important to be clear that we are not, the City Council did not adopt that ordinance. We did not send it to the Coastal Commission for approval. At this point, what has happened was this was something that came out of the subcommittee, and the letter was sent to the Coastal Commission and done without garnering the support of the entire council. I think that's why we're here to, and I'll let Councilman Federico talk to this, but I think that's why the suggestion is that we give some guidance to the subcommittee before we continue moving forward like this to avoid this. There was a bit of a misfire, I'd say, with the way things have progressed so far. So it is sort of procedural. And what we talked about last time was, this is being sent to the Coastal Commission. We don't know what the Coastal Commission is going to do with it, but even if they did come back and say this is what we want, it still has not been debated and adopted by our city council. How do we avoid something like this happening again? We've heard all of you, and the opinions are the range. They go from one side of the spectrum to the other. And this is an issue that is calling out for compromise. I think that these are good objectives to start with. Whether we're getting into the specifics of what goes into that ordinance, that's something I think should be done at the subcommittee level when the committee is going to have open meetings, have public comment, hear what everyone has to say. If there's a suggestion that we have on-site managers, can we put that into a part of the draft ordinance? Whatever, that's one example, but whatever these suggestions are, they should be heard by that subcommittee. Everyone should have an ability to weigh in on that. We are hearing from the public that has not happened. That's a breakdown in our process. So we need to fix that if we're going to move forward with this. The other thing, I was trying to think, well, how do we avoid something like this happening again? Since we're merely in the area now where we're talking with the Coastal Commission, this is something we're considering doing. It wouldn't be voted on by the whole city council before it's sent up to the Coastal Commission at this point. It's still in its draft stages. Well, it does make sense to let the subcommittee do its work. The one issue, and again, I was thinking this through, is that we do have, the subcommittee should be reporting back to us when they take some kind of substantive, important action. Now, I don't expect every time, and we all sit on various subcommittees or out in the county, various agencies, and we have a portion of our agenda which calls for council reports. Now, I don't expect every time you go to a meeting to come back and report on everything that happened in that meeting, because oftentimes there really is nothing of great importance that happens that needs to be reported every meeting. However, when there is something, and I've seen other council members do it, when there is something of importance, and I would put this in the category of the subcommittee has decided to send a draft ordinance up to the Coastal Commission, that would be something that I would expect the subcommittee to report on. Now, they could do it in council comments. Perhaps they should agendize something. We already do have a development update that we get every other meeting. It could be done during that portion of the meeting. But, to avoid another misfire like this, I think the best direction we can give is, look, let's fix the problem we've identified. Let's open this up to everybody's voice. Let's take those into consideration when making a draft ordinance and deciding what direction we're going to go. When the subcommittee does decide on a decision that this is the ordinance we'd like to present to the Coastal Commission, that could be agendized, or at least reported out and giving the rest of the council the opportunity to weigh in on it before we move forward again, so we don't end up in this kind of situation. So that's the way I'm looking at this. And so I look at the suggestions put forth by Councilman Federico, and I think they're reasonable. I don't think that they are, they're not right now designating specific actions. Again, that's where the work is done at the subcommittee level, but it does give them good ideas not to go one way too far or the other to either extreme. Directing that they're open to the public, I think, again, we've all, I don't think anyone would object to that. I will talk a little bit about number 3, which talks about another resident survey. And I guess I'll ask a question of staff just to make sure I'm understanding the timing correct. Mr. City Manager, direct this to you. Can you tell us about any surveys that we've done so far on this topic?
Did a survey in 2018, was it, Matt? It was a different type of survey. We originally asked residents to sign up for the city's regular email updates and also opt in if they wanted to be eligible to take surveys in the future. A number of folks signed up. The first survey that we sent out was one that asked questions relative to short-term rentals. So the folks that signed up for the survey didn't know they'd be taking a survey on short-term rentals. That was the first one that they got. And so I don't recall off the top of my head the number of responses to that one. Matt, do you have a number that you recall?
Yeah, I think we had a total of 659 responses to the initial survey.
And when was that survey done?
It was May to early June of 2018.
Okay, so a little over a year ago. And so before we go through instituting a new survey, tell us what that would entail, Mr. City Manager, please. And I'm sure there's some cost involved in that as well.
We reached out to the firm that we've used for our community surveys, as well as they did the districting survey. And they gave us a price quote from anywhere from, I think, $24,000 to $27,000, depending on the length of the survey. The low end, I think they were suggesting either a 10-minute survey and the high end a 15-minute survey.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'm looking at it as, are we doing this because we thought the survey that our community development director just referred to was not valid? The people who took it didn't know they were going to be taking a survey on short-term rentals. So I guess that would preclude self-selection for anybody to put their finger on the scale of how it would come out. But I don't know if we have a statistician here, but how do we determine if that is a valid survey or not? And if we don't think it is, why are we doing these?
it's a different kind of survey. I'm not a statistician, so I'm not going to weigh in on the statistical significance of it. I think the subcommittee at the time was generally interested in garnering public input in a cost-effective way, and I'll let Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt speak to that since he was on the subcommittee at the time.
Okay, well then I'll just wrap up then and say, so I would still like to hear the discussion from either council members on the importance or efficacy of taking another survey a little over a year after we just did one. So I would be interested in hearing that, but otherwise I tend to agree. We should give some overall guidance to the subcommittee so they know kind of what the parameters are that they're operating in, and make sure to avoid how we got here, that the subcommittee report back to us before any decision of this magnitude be made again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. Let's move on here.
Okay. Well, it's
So
interesting.
you turned your mic off.
Turned it on. No, you turned it off. It's on now, I think. Okay. So it's an interesting dialogue about a committee I sat on without asking for any input from the subcommittee, I guess. So I'll take my opportunity to talk about what happened, what the subcommittee did, and where we are. And I'm at a total disagreement with almost everything everybody said here tonight. So let's get back to sort of the beginning. And because we, at the tail end in November of 2016, we an ordinance was revoked and taken from the books, and the decision by the council at that time was to allow the short-term rentals who held valid permits at that time to continue to operate under the business rules on the book until such time as the city council had made a decision about where they were going to go for short-term rentals. And I'd sort of bugged at a number of meetings for us to get moving on making a decision on what we did. And in March of 2018, Mayor Miller and I, Miller agreed and said we should get moving on this and do something. So that's where this ad hoc committee was formed from. Basically, the direction was to go do our homework and bring a report and recommendation back to the city council on what on a recommended short-term rental ordinance. We have not done that yet. So we have not. We are not been in a position and have not done enough work on it to feel like we could bring a valid recommendation back to the council that met the criteria that the subcommittee set when they had our first meeting. So our first meeting was on May 23rd, 2018. And there were a few things that we worked on and decided and directed staff. So first of all, we decided that we needed to make sure that whatever recommendation we brought back would be accepted by the Coastal Commission, because passing an ordinance as a city and then sending it to the Coastal Commission and having them revoke it got us into the situation that we're now trying to work our way out of. So bringing an ordinance in that wasn't acceptable to the Coastal Commission and not getting out ahead of them again seemed like a very prudent way to operate. Secondly, we didn't want an ordinance that if we put it to the vote of the people, which we felt that based on the response from the last time was the most valid way to get input, that it would get voted down. So we wanted to do enough homework to feel like our residents would support it and the Coastal Commission would support it. And then in action items, we set out, we asked staff to go tell us about, what portion of the city was covered by HOAs that ban short-term rentals, so that we could tell which portions of the city we were actually dealing with in terms of the actions we were taking at this time. So it was important for us to know, what sections of the city we were going to impact by our decision. And then we asked, based on that, for them to go out and set up interviews with us for a number of people who were proponents of short-term rentals and who had expressed, and had filed, and people who had filed complaints. So we went out and did on-site. We did on-site meetings with a significant number of people to try to get input and comments, and what the complaints were or what the benefits were, and what and how things operate. So we did our homework. We also felt that in order to get a better feel from the residents, we should do a survey, and we were early in the process, so and weren't prepared to ask for a survey that nailed down. But we'd had a company that had come to the city a number of times who said that they could do relatively accurate ad hoc surveys much more cost effectively and much more quickly than going out for a full validated survey. And while their accuracy would not be as high, it fell well within the margins of what we felt we needed to know. So we did contract with them to do a survey across the city. And as Matt has told us already, we got about 660-ish response back to give us some direction to work from. So we set out to do the homework, and then we asked Coastal to meet with us and give us guidance. And so as we crafted through, we built, and when we really get to bringing this out as a public discussion, we should pull out. But we created pretty extensive matrices of all the possibilities that existed, from short-term rentals being banned to up to where the ordinance was, and every variation of primary resident, homeowner on site, residents on site, limited number, single family homes, multi-family buildings. I mean, we went through a long matrix and variations, and I have many engineering looking documents, as you would expect, that have all of the matrices of what all the alternatives that we considered were. I also had the opportunity to meet with executives at Airbnb and HomeAway and talk about what their systems were capable of doing, and how they handled things, and what we could rely on them and not rely on them to do to help us to enforce whatever ordinances we met. And we got a significant amount of input from the company that helps us do enforcements of illegal B&Bs, and they give us a many-page guidance of best practices. I guess I would summarize the overall direction of: don't pass any ordinance that you don't have any way to enforce. And they pointed out all the weaknesses in various ordinances that, while they look good, were unenforceable, and therefore the consequences were unintended, and we should be aware of them. So we got that input. Finally, on let's see, on July 30th. July 30th, 2018, is that right? Yeah, 2018. We finally got an opportunity to meet with the Coastal Commission for the first time to discuss their guidance from their staff. We met with their staff to get guidance and suggestions to what we could do. And they gave us a couple of pieces. They told us that, that there was a guidance letter out that we should read through that was put out it was published by the director of the Coastal Commission in December of 2016. And they give us a list of ordinances that had come before them from November of 2015 through May of 2018, and told us, which ones had passed, which ones had not passed, and what their feedback on each of them was. So we went through a long list of ordinances to get input from them. Based on that, we met and took the additional input, and we got the survey results back. And on the last meeting in November of 2018 with the committee, with the subcommittee, and with Councilman Tomlinson, we finalized a draft narrative back to the Coastal Commission of an ordinance and a narrative that really complied to what the direction they had given us was, to find out whether the direction, our understanding of the direction and where they are were the same. So that narrative went back in November of last year. In July of this year, the Coastal Commission finally met and gave us some feedback on that narrative, and told us, what we should do next to get further input from them. And also just in July of 2019, the Coastal Commission and local government leaders held a half-day workshop in San Luis Obispo on STR. So anybody who's interested in the Coastal Commission's, positioning and, on that today, you can go and do an audio or video of that workshop. It was on the afternoon of July 12th. And so you can get input of what they feel they are, and what local leaders from places that have been impacted, that had ordinances and did not have ordinance, who were raising concerns about. Basically, the direction came back from the Coastal Commission was that the narrative they would comment on, but if we wanted them to really take another serious look at what they would and permit or not permit, we should take their input, and we should craft something that was in the draft form of an ordinance and send it to them for comment, so that they could direct us further. We did that. The staff drafted it. We met as a subcommittee. We went over their draft and for their feedback that they got. Now, the purpose of this wasn't to necessarily bring this, in fact, unlikely that we would bring this ordinance to council as a recommended ordinance, although, we needed feedback. The purpose was, as I stated at the beginning, until we knew what their final input of saying, this is the best input we can give you, this is the most accurate input we can give you, and until the committee votes, you won't know their decision, but this is the most accurate input. We followed their advice to send them something in the form of an ordinance so they could comment. So this idea that we have now somehow gone rogue and drafted an ordinance that we're about to try to pass as a city is totally off base. This is an ordinance that was sent to the Coastal Commission at their request as a way to get their input on what they wouldn't agree with. So that doesn't, again, we had lots of other inputs from other people. So what we decided to bring back as a recommendation still requires a lot more input than just the Coastal Commission, although, we did need to know where they stand. So the reason why we haven't brought a recommendation back is, one, I would find it, I think actually we may have a little luck. We'll find out. I think we now have a meeting with the Coastal Commission coming up in a couple of weeks. And we put this on the agenda to get their feedback. And if we are successful at doing that, which would be wonderful, that would be the fastest turnaround we may have ever seen out of the Coastal Commission. Usually we expect 6 to 9 months on a comment. But if we can get one, that would be great input to then consider as we bring back and look at the moving to the next step. So where we are as a subcommittee, and the reason for it was to try to get that kind of input. So when we brought a recommendation to the council, we could tell you whether we thought that recommendation met the needs of all the people who, were going to have to sign off on it before it became an ordinance, if you will. And when I started bugging about this in the spring of 2018, I was hoping we would put an ordinance on the book for the summer of 2018. And we got delayed enough. I was hoping that we'd do it by the summer of 2019 that we could work with. I've given up on predicting when it will happen because it's disappointingly slow. But the fact is, we have to move. And by the way, just to be clear, when the first ordinance was passed and put on the books by the city on July 19th, 2013. Which basically had the statement that says, however, in the event that the Coastal Commission does not approve the local coastal plan amendment and we got feedback on that in the spring of 2016. Okay, so that ordinance was, out there. I mean, they're supposed to respond in 12 months. They responded in 12 months to say that they would delay it, and eventually something that went on the books in 2013 finally got feedback in 2016. That's the organization that we work with. They have a lot of things on their plate. I can't comment, and it wouldn't be helpful anyway, and to comment on why it takes long, but it takes time, and it sometimes working through I like to get things done, so it's very frustrating at times, but it's the reality of working with other organizations, and we need to do that. So the situation now is we have a meeting coming up the day after, or the day or so after, staff will meet with Coastal Commission staff, and just prior to the next council meeting, that we were hoping to get some feedback, so we had some better direction that we could. Now, what would happen on this in normal is that once the subcommittee brings some suggestions back, either a suggestion or a menu of suggestions, which is a more likely case with the things, then the public discussion would begin. That's when it's to the council. We now have some thought out and validated input, and then the public discussion and the workshops and whatever should begin at that point, because that's when the whole council acts. The reason why I don't support my fellow council member Federico's thing, if we want to do public discussion, we should just do it at the council meeting. There's no benefit to the subcommittee to meet in open forum. The advantage of doing it is that we can meet whenever there's an issue to be met on, and we can get together and find out, and we can talk to people who wouldn't talk to us in a public forum for a variety of reasons. But we can't pass up the public forum, and part of this, right? All we're doing is pulling data together so that when we start a workshop, we have some preparation for it. So if we, as a council, feel like we would be more productive simply holding council workshops as opposed to having a subcommittee, I would recommend that we just disband the subcommittee and hold council workshops on the subject until we're, we have our input, it would have the same effect, whether there's two of us meeting with the public forum and then bringing it back and then having to explain all the input to the rest of the council or not. We'd be more productive just letting the council set in on it. And I don't have an issue with that, but that would be the recommendation I would make if we feel that we no longer have confidence that the subcommittee is working for the best interest of the council, which the council set it up, so we have the right to go back and say, yeah, it didn't really work out the way we want. Let's go another way. I don't have any issue with that. We could make that decision here and change our direction, how we get there from here. So I guess my recommendation on it would be, sort of my alternate motion when it comes to that. Well, I'll actually wait until Mayor Mueller talks before I talk about what we might do differently. But I will leave it at that point at the moment. So that's my input.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt. I know Mr. Federico has some comments. I've got a couple questions real quick. When I was looking at, and this is going to be for staff, I think. In the background, it says in April 2018, an informal survey was conducted in June of, they met in 2018, an informal survey was conducted in June of 2018. Do you have the results of that survey? Here we go again. I'm going to turn these mics on. Hold on.
Yeah, Rachel, do you have those?
Okay, I was looking through this. This is really an interesting survey. It says, are STRs an issue in residential neighborhoods? Yes. And then you go down here, 53% of the people said yes, 47% said no. Should STRs be allowed in residential neighborhoods, e.g. single family, duplex, triplex, etc.? Yes, 57%, no, 43%. This is an interesting survey. We're kind of all over the place. It doesn't seem like anybody's saying this is a major issue on this survey, but I don't really understand how this one was generated. Could you pull up the survey we did back in 2018? The community survey we did? Was it 18 we did that? And so we go back and we look at this survey, and this doesn't look like this is a very big issue to the community. But that's not really here nor there on this. It's more of, we've already done 2 surveys. I'm not sure why we think we need a third one and spend the money on this again. But I had a couple other questions on here and things more for clarification. I mean, one of the things I was listening to tonight is, the hotline doesn't take that many calls. There's a lot of reasons for that, but we still have, how many STRs do we have operating right now? Licenses?
Currently, I believe it's 153.
So we have 153 of these licenses. Do you have the data on what the hotline looks like, how many complaints we're taking? Oops, hold on.
Over the last 12 months, and this would be the 24-hour hotline, we had 21 complaints, August being the highest with 7.
Okay. So we're not receiving a lot of calls there either. That's interesting to me. But a couple more clarification issues here. The parking task force meetings were open to the public, and they were, they weren't always well attended, but they were always there, so you could take input from the public on these things. I don't know if we need to disband the subcommittee, but I think it's a good idea to have whatever they're doing when they're meeting open to the public, and they don't have to be consistent meetings. I mean, quite frankly, the task force meetings, we had a hard time making quorum and things, and so it was a little bit harder to schedule those. But I kind of like that we're going to open them up to the public. And when we talk about HOA rules, the question was, do we all live under the same set of rules? Quite frankly, yes, the city does. Everybody lives under the same set of rules. People enter and buy in HOAs, and know the rules that they have to abide by when they sign up. Or you have to sign the CC&Rs when you sign up. You know that you are living under a more restricted set of rules. So to say that, well, the people who don't live in HOAs should be subjected to the same type of rules. Well, they chose not to live in HOAs because they don't want to be subjected to these rules. So I think, please, so when you sign up, you know what you're getting. Some people want these types of protections, some people don't. And they have options. I mean, if this is a big issue for you when you move in, you can look at an HOA. But that's something we need to take a look at. The parking, the ordinance that I voted on did come back from the Coastal Commission. It was approved by them. They had basically said, if you approve it, we're going to actually go ahead and pass it. That's the ordinance that Councilmember Vic Sork and I voted against. And it was purely because they wanted to put it into our land use documents, into our LCP. And that takes away local control. And I won't support that ever. Okay. I mean, these issues are so important to this community. We need to have the ability to adapt, change what we're trying to do. And so that was the big issue with that. And that one the Coastal Commission was going to allow the HOAs to actually weigh in on whether or not they would allow them. So that's just a little bit more background because I sat on the council when that was going on. But this is important. These are all important things. And I don't really necessarily think that the subcommittee wasn't looking at this, maintaining the character of neighborhoods. I think they're trying to do that. Firmly protect against nuisances. We saw what they sent to the Coastal Commission. They definitely took steps in that direction. There is no doubt about that. And they should have. Balance the rights and responsibility of all residents, homeowners, and honor HOA regulations. I think that's incredibly important. We're trying to do that. That's why there's so much. When I say that this isn't a big issue for the community, you have people on both ends of the spectrum here, because you have the people impacted by HOAs and you have people that operate HOAs. Majority of our community, this isn't a big impact in their life. They don't think about it that much, as you could see through the two surveys, but it doesn't mean we should ignore either end of that spectrum. And we should actually work together. And I think it is important that the proponents and opponents of this get together, and hopefully we can work out a solution through the subcommittee that's acceptable to everybody. But, we have to get over absolutely yes everywhere and absolutely not nowhere. I don't know that is what's going to happen. These are property owners' rights. I understand people who are against it have rights. People who buy them have rights as well, and they want to use them differently. So, I mean, I hope these organizations can come together and work on that. Again, for me, I have an issue with the survey. I think we've done 2 of them in 2 years, and I think it's pretty clear what the data is that came out of those. But I think if we continue down the path of getting these organizations together, sit down and try to hammer out something that we think the Coastal Commission would approve. I don't necessarily, I like the idea of it coming to the council before it goes to Coastal Commission, but I don't necessarily mind the idea of, let's get their input. Are they going to accept it or not? The problem with that is we've seen it already. It could take 1.5 years to get a response from them. And so is that the right path to take? I don't know. It's something we're going to have to discuss further. But I think the purpose of tonight's meeting was more of, let's open up this discussion again. Do I agree with the ordinance that went in for comment or an opinion? To a certain extent, I do. That was something I asked for 2 years ago, that we would allow a hosted solution. Just go ahead and pass that. I doubt that the Coastal Commission is going to say no on it. Where I stop on that ordinance is when it says that that's the only solution. And I'm pretty sure I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure the Coastal Commission is going to come back and say, no, we're not going to agree with that, because you've just limited the resource that they're looking for. But we don't know until it comes back. So that's another reason I don't really mind them sending things off for opinion. I think maybe we could take a look at it, and staff knows extremely, Matt Schneider has worked extensively with the Coastal Commission. He has a very good feel on what they will and will not accept. When we get into an area that looks a little bit gray, we should absolutely send that off for their opinion. Is this something that you think is going to be okay or not? So, but the reality is tonight is just a discussion about how we're going to move forward. Ms. Lewis, I know you want to vote on these separately. You always have the ability to vote no on any one of these, even in a single vote, just like we do with the consent calendar. You can register a no vote on any one of these items as we vote on them all together. And when we do that, we're going to have to actually do a roll call vote if that's going to happen, because I'm not sure how this voting system would work on that. So, so with that, I'm hoping that this community, and you can see this is a very hot topic, and it has been for years. Can we come together and actually work out a solution that will work for everybody? And that's something that we need to take a look at. And I think the subcommittee, as long as it took to get to where we are today, I think there's some really good stuff in what they did. I think it still needs work. And I think if we can get everybody together and put our heads together and start talking about this, I think that's probably the right place to start, knowing that there's probably no quick solution to it. Obviously, there's not, because Coastal Commission will probably take 18 months to get back to us no matter what we send up to them. So with that, Mr. Federico had his mic on, and I inadvertently knocked him out. Someone go ahead and call him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments. This really was not meant to be contentious. In fact, I was hoping to take some of the emotion and contentious perspectives out of it by us just agreeing on what we're trying to achieve. I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this already, Paul. I very much do. And as I think I try to state in here, since we are at the step where we're now waiting for Coastal Commission input, I think it's time to recage and look at what the next steps are going to be. And we go about that all on the same sheet of music. I am open to certainly an amendment on language here. For item number 2, maybe we change this to conduct public outreach through the subcommittee. I don't think every meeting needs to be open. I also disagree with you that I wouldn't want this done at city council meetings, because it's not a workshop. There's too much other business to get done here, and it's already 8:20, and we have so much other work to do at council meetings. But some public input, and the point of the public input is we can learn. Again, I don't want to get into the how tonight, but we could learn from owners best practices for minimizing nuisance. We can learn from neighbors how we can get better at enforcement. We just need that input that the city staff and the 5 of us will never come up with without them telling us. Well, there's so much that we have to learn from our residents. I think we're pretty close to the point where it's time to start getting down to the details. As far as the survey goes, it came up last week about the fact that the previous survey wasn't scientific enough. There's stuff we can learn from our residents, like what they think the right total number of permits are in town. I don't know. I think there's stuff we can learn. Again, not probably. I'm open to ideas, but I think it's worth doing, because it could be so contentious, this issue, and we try to take some of that out of it. And lastly, as far as a ballot measure goes, I've said this before, we may need to go to a ballot measure for this, Ms. Lewis. We may need to go to a ballot measure for this, but I think we should consider it our responsibility to try to come up with a policy that our residents would all be behind, without just saying we're going to a ballot measure, which is what I took issue with in the letter that went to the Coastal Commission. And one of the reasons I wanted to bring this back and get us all on the same page, that letter to the Coastal Commission said that we are going to put this on a ballot measure. I'm not sure that is something we should have advertised to the Coastal Commission at this point. And we may have to get there. I've said this in the past verbatim. We may have to do that, but I think it should be our response. We should consider it our responsibility to write a policy that all sides of this issue can think is good policy. So before we give up on that, I want to have us do that work. So that's all I have.
Yeah, could you put
Ms.
on
Lewis.
FM3 survey page 7 again, please? Okay, so I'm looking at the middle one, the amount of short-term vacation rentals like VRBO and Airbnb and Dana Point. And then it says extremely or very serious 22%. And from that, I guess the conclusion is that it wasn't important or very important issue. I'd like to also note that crime in general got 21%, and the availability of public parking equally got 22%, and the amount of construction activity got 22%. But I certainly wouldn't take away from that none of those issues were important to the residents of Dana Point. And that's the reason why my husband's a PhD statistician. For 47 years, I've heard about statistics. The liars and their lying lies with statistics. So I wouldn't take away from statistics like this that because 22% said that this was extremely or very serious, that this isn't an extremely or very serious issue to the people of Dana Point. And I know I take it very seriously. And as to the ballot measure, I'm not saying that we should throw up our hands and say, oh, let's have any piece of garbage and put it out to the residents. I assume we're all trying to craft something that we think is the best ordinance we can come up with as a body of at least 3 people who can vote for it. But I also feel that this issue, we are potentially changing the zoning codes, changing the neighborhoods that people are living in, taking their most expensive investment in their life and potentially making that something very different than what they expected to live in. I think everybody deserves their right to vote on something that important. So that's my reasoning for putting it out to the people, not because I'm giving up or not because I don't think that we can come up with an ordinance that 3 of us at least will agree on, but I feel this deserves a vote of the people. Thank you.
Well, let me address this real quickly. I'm saying it's not been an issue. 78% of the people don't view this as really any kind of an issue at all. Crime, when you throw that in there, 78% of the people here think Dana Point's very safe. I'm not discounting the other 22, but when you do these statistically significant surveys, which this one is, unless you're saying that this is not valid when we use FM3, that those aren't valid surveys, and then we have to have a whole discussion, should we be doing surveys at all if you think they're not valid? But you have to take the data that's in front of you. Yeah, I don't disagree with Ms. Lewis's husband, figures never lie, but liars figure. Yeah, I've heard that a million times. But that's the data I have, and I'm assuming a third party is giving me good data. They're not trying to spin this up and give me something that's not true. And if that is the fact, we need to find out and have a conversation with FM3 and hold them accountable for it. So, that was my point on this. We already have these surveys. 78% of the community doesn't think this is a big issue. That doesn't mean it's not a big issue. There's a portion of this community that thinks it's very significant. And we need to talk to them. That's what I was trying to address, is that we have people on opposite end of the spectrums that are absolutely impacted by this. And we need to take into account their issues and try to come up with a solution that everybody can live with. So with that, Mr. Wyatt.
So I want to comment back on something that you said to respond to you, Mayor Miller, about HOAs and people who choose to live there and the rules. So it's true that when you decide to live in an HOA, that the CCNRs tell you what you can and can't do, how you can, property, and if short-term rentals are forbidden, it would likely say so. It's also true, though, and this is where I disagree, that the city is equally as precise. It says there's zoning, and then that zoning tells you exactly what you can and cannot do with the property. And since the incorporation of the city to date, short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods have been prohibited, and they remain that way at this point in time. The zoning change that was attempted to allow them was rescinded or revoked, and therefore it continues that way. So when you choose to buy the property, just like in an HOA, that property had a set of rules about what was and wasn't allowed. Now, I know you live in an HOA as I do, and I can assure you, and I'm sure you're aware, that if somebody bought a property in there and started operating it as a short-term rental and said they had a right to do that, and you had an HOA meeting to change the CC&Rs to allow short-term rentals, compared to what we've seen here, it would be much more vocal and much more animated because you're changing the rules after the fact. So when we're doing it, we're changing the rules. We're changing property rights. We're saying a right that you didn't have to operate as we will grant you, and as everybody else in the neighborhood, the right you thought you had to live in a residential only neighborhood has now been taken away from you. That's always contentious. So zoning law changes are always controversy, no matter what they are. This is a zoning law. It's going to be controversy. We have to take our time. We have to figure it out. We have to get it right. And unfortunately, with the way in, it's going to be, it's a lengthy, ugly process that we need to be patient and work through.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have one more quick question, and it's for Mr. Munoz. If this were to go to a ballot and it approved, or okay, let's just say it banned short-term rentals all over the city, that's what the vote was. What would the Coastal Commission do about that? Could they stop that because it's a resident initiated ballot measure, or does the Coastal Act still trump that? I'm sorry.
The Coastal Act would trump a ballot measure. If you came up with a short-term rental ordinance, whether it banned them or allowed them, but if it somewhere or another was not, let me rephrase that. Whatever you came up with still has to go to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission has final say over what would be called an LCP amendment, a local coastal program amendment, which is what that would be. There have been cases in the past, legal cases, where voter initiative processes have ultimately ended up trumping other state laws like CEQA. But at the moment, there's nothing like that with respect to the Coastal Act.
Okay, so even if we were to put this out there, approved or banned, if the Coastal Commission said, we don't like whatever you did, they would come back and we'd be right back at the drawing board, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think that if you did something by ballot, I would think that the Coastal Commission would seriously consider that, put that into, a big part of its consideration as it evaluated what you put before it. But at the end, they have the say so.
Okay, just a quick question. So history shows that they actually have authority over it, but has it ever happened before?
Based on the Coastal Commission's emphasis on the importance of short-term rentals in various cases that we've seen throughout the state, I think if you were to put a ban on short-term rentals on the ballot, the Coastal Commission would more likely than not have a problem with that. If you came up with an ordinance that met some sense of reasonableness to the Coastal Commission and it was passed, I think that they would be less likely to want to take it on because they don't want to just fight things for the sake of fighting it. If they feel like the city's being reasonable, if they see that the people have spoken through a vote, I think it's more likely than not that they would heavily consider it before simply overturning it. I think a flat-out ban is the kind of a thing that the Coastal Commission would have a real problem with. I mean, it's a different issue, but imagine if the citizens of some small, very wealthy beach town voted to make a beach private, or make all access to a beach private. That's the kind of thing that the Coastal Commission would really be concerned about. And I think it worries about ballot box measures that have that kind of an impact. And obviously, it's a different impact when you're talking about short-term rentals than a ban on a beach, which is obviously an extreme issue. But the commission has placed a very high level of importance in its policy determinations on short-term rentals. So,
All right, thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Yes, I would just like to note that, as one speaker mentioned, Santa Monica has passed a short-term rental ordinance. It is home sharing only. They certainly are a coastal city, and it has also been in the courts and upheld in the courts, I think, just recently. So, we have had a ban basically on short-term rentals, as Mr. Wyatt noted, since inception. So I just wanted to note that there are home sharing. I think LA's is also a home sharing, but Santa Monica, coastal city, home sharing.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready to take a vote on this. This is just to set some parameters as we move forward and try to figure this out. This is no way the end of this conversation, as we all know, but I think we're gonna go ahead. Oh, Mr. Vic, you didn't hit your button, so I didn't know. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Vic Sork. Hold on, I gotta figure out how to get back to where I was. All right. Wait,
Just
there
a
you go.
clarification, if we're going to vote, you going to bifurcate these? Because I think there is one basically going to support 1 and 2, but not number 3. So are you going to bifurcate this, or do I just need to vote no because of the whole thing? How do you plan on handling that? That's my question.
That's a good question with this system, because we have been able to do that in the past. Why don't we go ahead and bifurcate these, and we'll take them one at a time, as Ms. Lewis suggested, with the exception of number 4, because I don't know how this system would allow me to do that. Is that okay? Well, with the exception, I said, as Ms. Lewis suggested, with the exception of 4, there's only 3 items on here, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, Mr. Federico, go ahead.
To make it easy, do you want me to amend my motion?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we need to change the motion if we do that. Would you like to amend your motion?
I will amend my motion I move that we adopt these separately, or vote on them separately, items 1, 2, and 3. And I would also like to change the language for item number 2 to direct that short-term rental subcommittee conduct public outreach.
Conduct public outreach, okay. Please. Outreach. All right, do you have that, Madam Clerk? Okay, does the seconder of the motion concur?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So we will go ahead and take these individually. The first one is on item 1, formally adopt policy objectives that staff in the short-term rental subcommittee will use in drafting any proposed ordinance. Any short-term rental ordinance must A, maintain the character of the neighborhoods by not encouraging the absentee corporate investment, firmly protect against nuisances, and balance the rights and responsibilities of all residents and homeowners and honor HOA regulations. Okay, I'll go ahead and take the vote on that. Okay, that measure passes 4-1. Okay, that brings us to item 2, direct the short-term rental subcommittee to conduct public outreach. Go ahead, and I'll get back over here again. Start the vote on that. That passes 5-0. And finally, authorize the city manager to contract for the complete. Up in the corner right there. You can see it on the very top left. bear with us. This is the new system. We're still working the bugs out of it. It doesn't. Okay, okay, there was one no vote. So in the first one, there's one no vote. I don't know who the council member was who voted no. Could they identify themselves? Who voted no on the first one? Oh, here, let me jump back here. Okay, still figuring this thing. Go ahead.
Yes, I voted no on the first one because I had some disagreements with some of the language and not all of the language. And so I just
Okay.
voted no on the whole item
Okay.
1.
So in the first one, we had 4-1 with Councilmember Lewis in dissent. The second one, we have a 5-0 confirmation. The last one is authorize the city manager to contract for the completion of a statistically valid resident survey focused on short-term rental policy. Start the vote on that. Okay, so we have a 3-2 vote with Councilmember Vic Sork and Miller in dissent on that. So that passes 3-2. Okay. That brings us to the end of that item and brings us to item number 10. Stop that. What's that? Try to get back to the beginning. Mayor, item 10 is proposed amendments to the town center plan. This is an item that I brought forward because I received a letter from the Chamber of Commerce on this, requesting that we move from an 18-foot height or first floor ceiling height down to a 14-foot ceiling height. The letter is attached to the agenda. It's basically stating, and this is what we've been hearing a lot through the community, is that we want some architectural interest in the top level. And by reducing that first floor, that gives the designers an opportunity to do something instead of a flat roof. And the reason I brought it forward is I thought it was interesting. 18-foot ceiling heights are really designed for big box retail. They're not designed for the walkable community we have. Amazon is pretty much taking care of big box retail. It doesn't really exist anymore. So does it make sense to have these large shops on the first floor or not? This by no means says you can't go up to 18 feet. You obviously can. This is a minimum height requirement. So I wanted to bring it forward because I've heard from a lot of residents when you look at the Majestic or Raintree now, it was Majestic when it was first put out there, that it was just too big. And this gives us an option to do something different. The developer doesn't have to go to 40. Who knows what they're going to do? They could, but do something interesting at the top. So I wanted to bring it forward and get some input from the council on this. This is really more of a discussion item like we just had. There will be an action on whether we want to move it forward for an actual ballot measure. Hopefully we'll bring that back on October 15th or possibly the first meeting in November, depending on the timing on this. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to move this forward to a meeting to take a look at it, just so we can start the discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Vic Sork. With that, I'll open the public comment. We have 3 public comments tonight. First is Michael Fox, followed by Dana Yarger, and lastly, Patricia Short.
Good evening. Kind of got on the wrong side of the agenda here. But since it is to discuss the letter we put forward, so I'm Michael Fox, resident of Dana Point. I'm also the chairman of the board for the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce, and I wrote the letter on behalf of the membership of the Chamber of Commerce. I won't reread the letter, but I'll just articulate some of the points that, we believe it's good for business and in the best interest of the membership we represent, which is almost 400 business interests. So, I think we believe that the flexibility would allow developers to reduce the height of the ground floor retail in town. produce better architecture, roofline articulation, and also accommodating projects that are more just in the scale of our downtown environment, especially with respect to pedestrian-friendly shopping and more just a human-scaled ground floor. I think we all kind of noticed the scale of what's happened with the 18-foot minimum. So anyway, I do make this request, hopes for just encouraging like a discussion to hopefully move this forward, you know, because we all want more of a vibrant pedestrian-oriented downtown. So thank you.
Thank you. Danny Yarger.
Good evening again. I fully support the recommendation. I live on Del Prado. I walk the street every day. And I'd like to see us reopen a broad discussion about the town center plan. I think there's a number of things that we have to open up. Just as a practical matter, when the design was put forth, you know, things were different. As Mr. Mayor mentioned, retail has changed, internet has changed. We need a more friendly environment. As a practical matter, if you stand right next to a wall that's 40 feet high, it seems really big. And I would call it a judgment call. When we went to the value engineering and tried to save $2 million by putting in a median and narrowing the sidewalks, everything is pushed up next to this big building. So there's a combination of things that you're looking at me strange. That is my opinion. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about? When we narrowed the sidewalks and put in the medians to save $2 million, and now we have perpetual maintenance of all the vegetation in the median, which is beautiful, but doesn't achieve that walkability that we would like to have. And I wanted to compliment Mr. Check from Raintree, who brought this up a few months ago when he said, hey, you know, we don't need all this space. And as a retailer, I had spaces like that in San Francisco. And what did I have to do? I had to build a mezzanine in it to take advantage of it. So it's just empty space. And if we could get cooperation from the developers, maybe they might not even make the buildings quite so high. Maybe they would increase the heights of the residential levels above and make them even more expensive, maybe, but attract a certain. I think it gives us a great flexibility, even to the point that some of these 75-foot lots maybe should only be 1 story. It ought to be enough, you know, or 2-story. I know the developers want to maximize it out, but opening the discussion, Raintree now has defined what we're going to look like. It's not going to be any bigger than that, but those 3 properties, and if I haven't called Mr. Check, but the 3rd property that is so far behind in developing, if this opportunity would give them an opportunity to redesign, downsize it a little bit. When I was living in Dubai, those things happened. They changed and modified in the middle of the process. So I think it's a great opportunity, in my opinion, to engage the community in trying to bring people back together in a constructive way. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Yarger. Ms. Short.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Short. I'm a resident of Dana Point, and I'm here to also support that suggestion. I think that we have a need for some flexibility. And by establishing a range of 14 to 18 feet, you do exactly that. It invites the developers to show a little bit more creativity, perhaps. And I think I agree with the presentation from Michael that speaks to the flexibility and also more of the downtown character. We do have a number of small lots, and by reducing that minimum, it also allows them to allow somebody to develop the lot and make it more in context with the lot. So I encourage you to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any more public comment? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public comment section then. I'll bring it back to council. Mr. Federico.
I'm in favor of this.
That was short and sweet. Ms. Lewis?
If the only change we're talking about is 14 versus 18, I would have to look at the language, but in principle, it seems acceptable to me.
Thank you, Mr. Vixoric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've read the letter that's included in the packet. I've listened to speakers, and I agree with this idea as well. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt. Press your button. I can't turn you on by myself.
Okay, I wasn't sure now. So I have two comments. One is, I know that the plan took a long time to come together. It was well before my time, but 10 years or so to get before the plan was actually got enough agreement to be passed. And they set the height at 18 feet. I truthfully don't have any idea why they, set the heights and very specifically. So I'm a little bit concerned about just changing it because we have one ask without getting a lot more feedback on why it's that height. And I did hear some feedback about, sort of that's high, that's too high, and it's big box retail or something. There's a picture in the town center plan of a building that I know intimately, actually, in San Francisco, right on the Embarcadero. I asked staff to queue it up. So if we could look at that. This is a building that, in fact, has the same dimensions that we have in our plan, and it was used as sort of an opportunity for what a building with these ought to look like. I used to, on my way between the train station and my office every day, walk by here, and I've had lunch there many times. So this is a very attractive building, and so if the overall concern is architectural variation and what I can do and whether I can put a restaurant on the first floor and et cetera, and make it look the height actually of the first floor allows the awning to work and other things. So I'm not sure that I don't know what the concern is that brings up why we should allow this. I don't have enough information to know that we shouldn't or should. I just know that we really should go back and try to understand why it was set at 18 feet and what the implications of reducing it might be before we make a quick decision. So I think that it's okay to discuss. I actually agree with Mr. Yarger's comments that there are probably a number of other things that we should at some point discuss, but that would create a much longer time lag than what we're prepared to do if we want to get it on the ballot in March of 2020 anyway. So anyway, I just wanted to, I went back through the plan to try to understand it, and I thought this was an interesting diagram of what, a building with the dimensions we require could look like. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. Could you pull that up real quick? Again, that picture. Are you saying the first floor on that building is 18 feet high?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like
So
18 feet. But
it's the way
well,
the
I guess the windows are probably inside itself.
it's the way the awnings and the windows then come up.
So
Right?
the interesting thing about that, I don't know what's in there. I'm assuming there's a mezzanine in there for, it looks like a restaurant.
That's a ground floor restaurant in there. And
I'm
then,
not sure what's
then there's office buildings above and there's residents on the top.
Okay.
It's the same, it's exactly the same setup that we asked for in our town center.
Well, I know where it came. Well, I wasn't there when the discussions took place back in 2003 when the whole thing started.
Yeah.
But I know that the idea was to put big box retail in there, having anchor stores, bring people downtown. And so, but the idea is that has changed. And so this whole discussion tonight was really based on what we've been hearing. I know that the chamber has spoken about this multiple times in their legislative committee. I know that Mr. Check has been working with Mr. Hill on this. And so it's been going around, but the interesting thing about this, I took this off Save Dana Point's Facebook page. It says it is important that the proposal be specific and not surreptitious means to introduce additional changes. You know, these are things that we talk about. This is conspiracy theory stuff, but this is the thing that I really that's interesting. The amendment will require a ballot measure for voter approval. Absolutely. So the amendment should be a major improvement to the town center plan. I don't know what that means, but I'm not asking for anything major in this. This is more of just to have a discussion about what is going on and should we do this, should we not do it. I think it's interesting to take a look at, because we are required to put this to a vote for a change. Is the community interested in this? And this is a small enough, I don't want to call it innocuous because I'm not sure what it's going to do if you do this change. But it's been requested and a lot of people talk about it. So, you know, this is all I'm proposing. I mean, I guess we can talk more about it on the 15th, but you know, right now I'm only prepared to deal with these first 4 heights. And so I'd like to move the discussion to the 15th, take a look at the language on what this would look like, modifying the town center plan to allow the 14-foot heights, and then have a more robust discussion then. Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify that my assumption, based on our prior discussions you and I have had, is that what you're suggesting is that you have a vote of the council that would enable staff to do the work to bring back something for the council to consider.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? We'll go ahead and vote to see if we can move it forward. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. We're missing some. Okay. That goes ahead and passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 11, salary ranges for represented and non-represented employee classifications and amending the city's conflict of interest code. Mr. Denny's, their staff report. Oh,
Yes, Mr. Killebrew has your staff report tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is our annual required update of our personnel salary ranges, and also an update to the city's conflict of interest code. Those are the 2 resolutions before you. The current 3-year agreement with our represented employees began at the beginning of this year and go through December of 21. The agreement, also known as a memorandum of understanding, requires the city to conduct an annual salary survey and to adjust the salary ranges within which we are permitted to pay each classification of employee. Adjustments to those ranges do not change actual pay to employees unless the employee is being paid less than the low end of the updated salary range, at which point the salary is adjusted to the bottom of the range. Revised salary ranges were prepared based upon the prescribed survey methodology and also in accordance with city personnel policies. For 28 of the city's 30 represented positions covered by the MOU, the top of the range, which we set the top of the range at the median of the top of the range of those agencies we survey. So we don't set it at the top, we set it at the middle. Our top is at the middle of all the other medians combined. So 28 out of 30 covered by the MOU. The top of our range increased from between 0.7%, so less than 1%, and some of them maxed out at our policy increase, which would be 5%. The second item addresses a requirement of the California Political Reform Act, where the city must have an updated conflict of interest code. The amendment before you reflects changes within our organization from the last report we brought to you, including the addition of the Community Development Manager position and the deletion of the Deputy Director of Community Services and Parks position. And that concludes my report, and we're available for comments or questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment? No. We're going to fix this. We should let staff just hit their mics.
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Bring it back to council. Do we have a motion? Mr. Wyatt?
I
There you
move
go.
the recommended action.
Okay. Mr. McSorley?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, I know, right? All right, I'll bring it back for discussion. Mr. Federico?
Staff, thank you for a very thorough staff report, because it is very thorough. And the explanation, I don't have any questions, and I'm in favor of this for my colleagues.
Ms. Lewis?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McSorley.
I support the recommended action. Ready to vote.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem White?
I don't have any further comments on it.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take the vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That brings us on to item 13 has been moved to the October 15th City Council meeting, so we won't be discussing that. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped item 12. Mr. Denny's our staff pension liability update, section 115 trust. Mr. Denny.
Mr. Kilber has the staff report as well.
Okay. Mr. Kilber.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the actions before you are to receive and discuss this update regarding the city's unfunded pension liability. In May, a year ago, 2018, while developing the long-term financial plan, the city's actuary made a presentation regarding the status of the city's pension plan. Her presentation included information regarding the city's pension CalPERS, some policy changes that they made, and the resultant impact on pension liabilities and required city contributions. The presentation indicated various options are available to the city to address the unfunded liability, and they are not mutually exclusive, but I'll just go ahead and read them off really quick. One would have been to issue pension obligation bonds, which is recommended against by pretty much everybody, including staff, using one-time surplus funds to make additional payments directly to CalPERS pension plan. To continue making the minimum annual required payments that we actually have built into our long-term financial plan at this point, to reamortize the liability, the unfunded liability over a shorter period of time, like you would taking a 30-year home mortgage down to 15. It increases your payments, but you pay it off faster. And the final option would be to deposit additional funds into a separate irrevocable supplemental pension trust, also known as a IRS Section 115 trust. Those funds would then be invested and utilized to help pay the unfunded pension liability over time. Late last year, CalPERS did establish a 115 trust. They have had 115, that's for pensions. They've had 115 trusts for other post-employment benefits for agencies with healthcare, post-employment healthcare, and so forth. They've been doing it for over a decade successfully. Our actuary did update the liability projections earlier this year, and in adopting the fiscal year 19-20 budget in June of this year, the council set aside $5 million to apply specifically toward addressing the city's unfunded liability. Your staff continues to research the Section 115 trust options with the thought that the council might want to invest it into one of the $5 million into one of those trusts. And we've also taken a look at some of the best practices reported by the Government Finance Officers Association of America that also recommends, first off, as the council's already taken, given direction to pay off unfunded liabilities, but also, to avoid pension bonds and to look at different options like direct payments to the unfunded liability and also Section 115 trusts. Staff does intend to discuss the unfunded pension liability options with the City Council's Finance Review Committee later this month. And in preparing for it, we're also contracting with an actuarial firm that has some software that allows us to do some modeling and to visually see what happens to the pension liability over time by attacking it in a couple different ways, or a lot of different ways. Following discussions and input from the FRC, and after conducting a scan of available public and private Section 115 trust providers, staff does intend to return to the City Council with a recommendation on how to proceed with the $5 million the council set aside to tackle the unfunded pension liability, and that we're looking at later this fiscal year in the spring to bring recommendations back to the council. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Mr. Federico.
Thanks again for a very thorough staff report. I'm still very much in favor of the 115 trust and look forward to hear what the Financial Review Committee has to say. One bit of input from me, I guess, is ideally, I would hope that we find the option, as mentioned here, a lot of different options for how we do this, the option that normalizes our general fund spend, maximizes the normalization of our general fund spending out over the future. So that might not be the fastest, it might not be the slowest, but whatever allows us to best predict a normalized general fund spending out in the years where there's the most impact. So that's all I have for input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vixorek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also am still in favor of the 115 trust. I do have one, I guess, bit of direction if you're going to take to the FRC, and I think you're already going to do this, but you mentioned CalPERS as a 115 trust, as well as our private 115 trust as well. And I think originally we thought it would be 5 million. And now CalPERS tells us it's going to be 6 million. And then who knows what's next. So I'd like to encourage looking at the private 115 trust as well. I know you're already going to do that, but I'd appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Vixorek. Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
So this will come up for further discussion, I know, but in looking at private versus CalPERS, we wanted to wait until CalPERS made that trust available for a 115 trust for this, with the belief that it would be less expensive for us. Have we gotten data to verify that?
Yes, we've gotten the early numbers from CalPERS. They've actually got some seed funding from the state to start this program, which will help them to balance their costs. The administrative cost is the portion you're asking about.
Yes.
So for them to administer the investments of these funds, they're setting their initial rate at 25 basis points, 0.25%. The private sector, from the numbers I've seen, range from 40 basis points to 60, and some of them have dipped at different times. CalPERS, however, on their 12-year now established Section 115 trust for other post-employment benefits, they're down in the 10 basis point range. So the expectation would be as CalPERS gets more agencies with funds invested into this new Section 115 trust, their administrative costs aren't going to go up. They will be absorbed by a larger group of agencies and funds, and they would actually go down. So it was what I thought it was going to be. It's still lower right now out of the gate. And my expectation would be, it would go down even further.
Yeah. And just to ask a question further based on Councilmember Vixorek's comment. So CalPERS has lowered their projections on returns down, and will continue. So it brings our liability up again. Irregardless of what trust we deal with, that doesn't actually affect that. I mean, that's just, just the liability, whether we use CalPERS for our money to build a trust or not, the liability coming from CalPERS is what we're paying off, and it's the same. But further, do we have any sense that 7 is sort of bottoming out finally, or do we have any sense that it could go further?
Going back to the 5 million growing to 6, we knew this was coming because they were still rolling in the reduction from 7.5% expected earnings down to 7.
Yeah.
So the last valuation you got that was 5 million was when it was still at 7.25. But the actuary said it, and I've said it several times in our meetings, that when it goes down, we're probably looking at 6. It came out right about 6.
Yeah.
There is some thought and some discussion, if you will, that CalPERS may eventually be looking at 6%.
Okay.
Right now,
I-
there's been no decisions, but we're all looking at each other as finance directors thinking we need to start planning on 6 because
there's another million plus coming if that happens, right? Yeah.
or more.
Yeah, more. Yeah, probably close to 2. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So, my concern, one of the other things that drives our unfunded liabilities up is the missing their return estimates. That's part of this $6 million. They didn't hit it. And so that actually, well, I don't know if they hit it this year. Hold on. You're going to correct me. There's been many years where they have missed their actual projections, which drives our liability up. Just because they missed doesn't mean we get a break on that. We still owe that money. And so you'll see that a lot. So one of my concerns about using CalPERS is, there were issues with their investment policies of socially conscious investment, for no firearms, no alcohol, no tobacco companies, which unfortunately for us were some of the companies returning the highest returns, and we were not allowed to invest in those. That's a discussion we need to have as a council on whether or not we agree with that or not. But my question is on the CalPERS 115 trust, do they have to follow the same investment protocols as CalPERS itself?
They will be, from my understanding, they will be limited for any of those socially conscious investment policies that they won't be able to breach those overall directives. But something to remember is when these 115 trusts are set up, the investment strategy used, the city will get to pick. CalPERS came out of the gate with an investment strategy targeted earning 5% return. It's like we said on their big portfolio for our pension, they shoot for 7. This one is quote more conservative. Their first option is at 5, and they have another option that's at 4%. So when you start getting down into those types of investments, there's a lot less corporate investment in those. So the downside there is hopefully a lot. The risk of the downside is a lot lower than what you might find trying to hit the 7% returns. So I think one of the things we look at on our selecting between a private provider and CalPERS, not only are we looking at the known, which are the admin fees, but we also need to look at what is the mix of investments that they're looking to participate in for their investment strategies, and look at the two of those, because I think as you start getting down to lower investment return strategies, the investments start looking a lot similar, a lot more government related investments as opposed to corporate and international investments.
Right. And that's one of the things I think we need to take a look at. If this is public money and we don't want to take a big risk with it. But, when you look at what CalPERS did, just unilaterally said, we're not going to invest in these types of businesses, and then put the burden back on the residents of the state of California because they couldn't hit their numbers. I think we need to take a look at what the private sector is doing versus the public sector. Even though the basis points may be higher on the private sector, their returns may be higher to offset that, maybe actually show a bigger dent in. Okay, go ahead. You have something.
Yeah, just to follow on that, we've have the history of the 12 years they've had the other Section 15 trust in operation, and whether or not they hit their marks. Nobody hit their marks back in 2008-9, but when you look past that, they have achieved their goals fairly closely. And I'm also looking at the top side, because if their investment strategy is 5% and they're earning 7.5%, something doesn't smell right there. So we've got that to look at as well. But yes, they do have less options to invest in when they have policies that limit what they're allowed to do.
Okay. All right. Anything else? And this was where are we here? Where we are. Recommend, there we go. Okay, this is basically a receive and file, correct? All right. We don't need a vote on that. Let's go ahead and move on to item 14, because 13 has been moved to October 15th City Council meeting. The 2019-20 Dana Point Youth Board appointments and amendment to City Council Policy 302. Mr. Denny, your staff
Yes,
report.
Rachel Johnson is our staff liaison to the youth board, and she has a staff report for you tonight.
You can turn your own mic on. Go ahead. I got you.
I got it. Good evening, City Council. Tonight before you, you have our annual appointment of the Youth Board program. Last year, they participated in volunteering for the turkey trot, the egg hunts, adopted 3 families from the Boys and Girls Club of Capistrano Valley to provide a holiday for them. And so they hope to do even more this year, as well as implementing the civic leadership program. And then also before you is the Council Policy 302, which is not consistent with Resolution 03-07-23-03, which is how we appoint the youth board. As well as it has not been updated to add the Arts and Cultures Commission. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Bring it back to council. Do we have a motion on this item? Mr. Federico?
I'll move to adopt the recommended action.
Do we have a second? I'll go ahead and second it. So we have to jump through these hoops all the time. All right, we'll bring back for discussion, Mr. Federico.
I don't really have anything to add.
All right, Ms. Lewis?
No, thank you.
Mr. Rick Sorick?
No comments.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
I do not have any comments.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for a very brief and concise staff report. Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 15. Amendment to Coastal Animal Services Authority, CASA, Joint Powers Agreement. Mr. Denny, is there a staff report? Oops, hold on.
Yes, Assistant City Manager Mike Killebrew has your staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Killebrew.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, action before you is to approve the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement of the Coastal Animal Services Authority. The cities of Dana Point and San Clemente formed the Joint Powers Authority, or JPA, back in 1995 to provide animal control and sheltering services for both communities. Known as the Coastal Animal Services Authority, or CASA, the agency has provided these services successfully for 25 years. The JPA included in the JPA agreement, it does call for the administrative functions that CASA needs to operate to be handled by the city of San Clemente, and they include human resources, payroll, benefits, budgeting, legal, risk management, and so forth. CASA has managed its workforce by following San Clemente's personnel policies, pay methodology, benefits, and everything related to that since the inception 25 years ago. Up until 2014, the city of San Clemente had contracted with a private company to administer its employee pension program. And at that time, they joined the California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS. So they switched over for all their active employees. As the animal shelter, or CASA's benefits administrator, San Clemente also applied to enter CASA's employees into CalPERS, but CalPERS denied the application for a variety of reasons, and I included their letter and attached the report. Therefore, CASA is still being administered their pension by a private company. They're on their second one. The original one decided they weren't going to be in that business anymore, so they're now with another agency or firm. Over the past few years, San Clemente has been exploring different options to qualify the CASA employees to participate in CalPERS. CASA's attorney now believes that certain amendments, and this is after many discussions with CalPERS staff, that certain amendments to that Joint Powers Authority agreement that we have with City of San Clemente, that those changes would afford CASA the opportunity to participate in CalPERS. The amendments do provide more clarity to the fact that CASA is independent and legally separate from the cities, but also that recent changes in California law that do require members of joint powers authorities, the members being the two cities, to be responsible for the joint powers authorities' unfunded pension liabilities. The proposed amendment to the joint powers agreement does incorporate this state requirement. The CASA Joint Powers Authority Board that includes a council member from each city, Member Federico is the city's representative, did discuss the proposed amendment several times, and at its meeting last week did recommend approving it. And with that, staff is available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment. Bring it back to council for a motion. Mr. Federico?
I move to adopt the restated and reworked amended JPA agreement.
I'll go ahead and second it. Any comments, Mr. Federico? Hold on here.
Mr. Killebrew's comments were spot on. I will say, just to sort of summarize for everybody up here, in 2014, the San Clemente City employees moved into CalPERS, and the CASA employees were left out of CalPERS. This is an opportunity to correct that. They, like Mr. Killebrew said, the CASA employees the administrator of their pension plan has changed already twice now since they left since 2014, and this is just an opportunity to fix that. AB 1912 really makes it such that the fiscal impact on our city doesn't change. And in the process of doing this, we wrote a few other very minor, what I would say, beneficial amendments into the JPA, giving CASA the opportunity to do things like contract out for administrative support instead of have to use the city of San Clemente. So as the rep there, I'm very much in favor of this. And if anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vixork.
Comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
I just want to be sure we cut off discussion in our closed session on a variety of things because we were out of time and we need to go back. And did we complete our discussion on this topic there before we? I wasn't 100% sure. I just thought I would double check on that.
I was under the impression we had. I didn't have anything further.
I thought, but I just, because we left a couple uncovered, I thought I would ask. Okay, I don't have any further comments.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Federico for bringing this forward. He's exactly right. AB 1912 makes it very clear that any JPA that for whatever reason ceases to exist, the unfunded pension liabilities move on to the member agencies, which would be, in this case, the city of San Clemente and the city of Dana Point. So there is no additional exposure to the city to go ahead and adopt this policy. I think it's important that we take care of those folks that were promised these pensions and make sure that they get into a viable pension program. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And that brings us to council reports, including, and thank you staff for a great staff report. Council reports, Mr. Federico.
I've turned in my list of meetings. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Ms. Lewis.
Yes, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vixork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report. I'll send my list of meetings to the clerk after the meeting. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
I have turned in my list of meetings and I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few things on On the 19th, we had an outstanding event to dedicate the Bruce Brown statue at Waterman's Plaza. See a couple people were here for that. At that event, I met Joyce Hoffman, one of the people we've identified to honor at Waterman's Plaza with a statue. Joyce is Dana Point's first world surfing champion and daughter of Walter Hoffman, who's also planned to be honored at the plaza. I also learned that next year is the 50th anniversary of Dana Point's Infinity Surfboards, and we have planned a statue honoring their owners, Steve and Barry Bainey. I'd like to ask that the Arts and Culture Commission bring us a plan with a schedule of when these will be installed. I understand that the statue of Jan Severson is, for the most part, done and just awaiting the foundry to do finishing touches. Now we need to get moving on the plan for the rest of the statues, starting with the Baineys and the Hoffmans. I also wanted to say I was fortunate enough to attend the California Surf Day a week ago. It was a fantastic event. If you've never been out there to witness, that's where the Dana Point Surf Club partners with the Boys and Girls Club of Capital Valley and brings all of these underserved children out to the beach, most of whom have never been there before, have definitely never been on a surfboard. And I was lucky enough to paddle out, catch a couple waves with them and chat with them out there. And you could just see the amazement in their eyes when they have pro surfers paddling these kids out and catching waves with them. They stand up for the first time. They've never seen the coast from that perspective before. I asked a couple of them about it. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. We had a couple turtles swimming around out there. It was really cool. The water was really clear that day. It was fantastic. So that was a great time. I also received a letter from a resident here, and I'm going to read it. It's a letter of appreciation. It says, "We are writing to express our heartfelt appreciation for the City of Dana Point's Youth Basketball League, for the superb staff at the community center, and specifically for Recreation Coordinator Colleen Wallace. Our family has been residents of Dana Point for over 10 years, and in that time, our 2 children have participated for 5 seasons in the Youth Basketball League that is run by the community center staff. As both our kids have now aged out of this program this year, we wanted to thank you, that the City Council and the city employees, for the opportunity to expose our children to the concepts of teamwork, respect, and fun in organized sports so early in their lives via the league. Recreation Manager Sherry Murphy and her staff executed this program efficiently and skillfully year after year. In particular, Recreation Coordinator League Director Colleen Wallace was always professional. As we volunteered as coaches each season, we had the pleasure of interacting regularly with Colleen and have seen firsthand that she's a fantastic representative of youth sports in the city of Dana Point. Colleen pours her heart and soul into everything she does and truly gives Dana Point the small town sense of community that has been long lost in many other places in our country. Thank you again for the superb program that helps make Dana Point such an idyllic place to call home. Sincerely, Gary and Kim Zegley." These are fantastic things. These are fun things to bring forward. We have an unbelievable staff here. If any of you have never dealt with Colleen, she has more energy than anybody I've ever met. She was at Surf Day, and it was funny watching her grab kids and get them on boards. My kids played in Dana Point youth basketball, and it was quite an experience to be out there. And the best part is, if you've never seen her take on the adult leagues, that's something to watch. So that was one thing I want to read. The last thing I want to talk about was at TCA, and OCTA and RCTC have finally agreed on the 241 and 91 connector. This is something is particular interest to me because I sit on the TCA and the OCTA board. And the reason I wanted to be on OCTA was because there was a lack of communication between these two agencies, OCTA and TCA. RCTC is a little bit different animal. I don't have a lot of impact over there since it's a different county. But it was important for me to get these agencies to start working together. And when I started digging into what was going on that connector road, it saddened me that we were at a state where neither side trusted each other. So I spent the better part of the last year working very closely with staff. There were other people. We have 5 crossover members. There's 3 county supervisors and 2 directors on TCA that cross over onto OCTA. And we worked very hard to get this done, and we finally got the MOU done. It's going to be voted on at OCTA at the end of October, and TCA is going to vote on it next week. OCTA is going to vote on it at the end of October, and RCTC is going to vote on it in November. And it looks like it's going to move forward. The agencies finally came to an agreement on timing of the projects, which was a big issue. The most important part was there's an EIR that TCA sponsored for the connector. It was starting to get a little bit stale, and it was important that we got this done before January. So, and it looks like we're going to get it done, get it signed off of. The agency spent $5 million on that. And one of my pet peeves is that we can't communicate closely enough and those things go stale and we have to repeat them and spend $2 to $3 million more to duplicate our efforts. So I want to thank all three agencies for coming together, and particularly staffs for working out the issues that they had with each other. With that, it brings me to, and I've already turned to my list of meetings. It brings me staff reports. Mr. Denny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for mentioning Surfing Day. It was quite a day to see the mayor, the public works director, the city manager, and a recreation coordinator all in the water at Doheny at once. So it's pretty cool to say you've got a mayor who surfs. I also want to congratulate staff on another outstanding coastal cleanup day. It was a phenomenal event, and all of our coastline, I think, is much better for it as a result of the efforts of our staff and all the volunteers. And while I'm thanking staff, this is a small town, yet we are a 24/7, 365 day a week business. And I want to thank Lieutenant Monteleone and her staff for keeping this town very safe when we had about 12,000 visitors a day last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mr. Sinakori for keeping the drivers well organized when they made their way to city streets. And so we're very proud of the work of our staff, very appreciative for what they do and the long hours that they do it. So, and with that, I'll just finish with a happy Rosh Hashanah for our Jewish friends, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Munoz.
I have nothing this evening.
Thank you. With that, we are not quite ready to adjourn. We are finished with this portion of the meeting. We're going to go ahead and recess back into closed session. We didn't quite finish our work over there. And then we'll come out and adjourn this when we finish. So we're recessed to closed session.